It's a Thursday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
29 degrees right now. Chillax.
Goddamn, frosty.
Tommy came in bitching and moaning.
Man, it is
It's pretty cold
frosty
out. Yeah.
man.
Defrost my windshield this
We're
morning.
pushing May.
Yeah, well, it's going to be in the low 80s on Monday.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I didn't see
All
80s,
right, you know,
but I'll
80.
take
We're
it.
going to be diddling 80 on Monday.
All right.
So, like 29 degrees on Thursday, 80 degrees on
Okay.
Monday,
You know.
only in Rochester.
Come on, buddy.
All right, I would like to start off the show by letting everybody know we have officially ruined Kimmy for the rest of her life.
What
Uh-oh.
happened?
What did I say?
Well, no, it's not that you said anything. It's the way you reacted to what just happened. Because Tommy and I were having an awful conversation. An awful
one?
conversation.
We had a
I've
couple
heard
this morning.
way worse.
Okay, but see, this is like, it was like a personal awful conversation.
Oh, yeah,
You know
that
what I'm saying?
one, yeah.
And you, being the kind person that you used to be, should have been like, hey, guys, don't be dicks.
Hey, that's enough.
Yes.
Well, I've heard this story already. If it's the
No,
same
I mean the one
one.
before the story that we came right in. It doesn't matter. The point
I
that I'm
don't even
making is this.
remember. It's all gross.
The fact that she was the fact that you were actively logically participating in this awful conversation makes me feel bad about myself. Because she was once a sweet person.
Yeah, but I think she's also grown as an individual. I mean, I see that as personal growth
Yeah?
in her.
That she can stand in the pocket with us monsters and
Yes.
have that conversation.
Yeah.
And not in like
and
his-
participate
No, but
somewhat.
You and I were having like funny conversation. Like we were just using it to get punchlines and be dicks. And Kimmy's like logically, well, you know, if it were to happen this way, this is why it would. And here's how we
right.
break it down. And this is the type of person who blah, 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 blah. And as I'm enjoying Kimmy's insights, because they were good insights,
Yeah.
I also couldn't help but look at this poor, poor woman
Yeah.
and realize, what have we done to you?
I don't know. I don't feel any different.
Well, it's a slow burn. That's
Yeah.
why.
Yeah, You never do.
I don't know.
You turn the heat up slowly, right?
Yeah, like one day you're going to wake up.
Well, it's too late now.
Yeah, no, it is. It is. That being said, there are things that happen in private and there are things that happen in public.
What
And,
happened in public?
Well, it's when people don't realize the private things they think are happening are actually happening in public, bad things can happen.
Oh,
Last night, my daughter, she has spring hockey because hockey never ends.
God. It's the spring hockey,
Yeah, spring hockey. Then that goes into summer hockey.
which
And-
makes no sense.
No, it does because it's
There should be no hockey in the summer, and there should be no hockey in Florida.
no. There's meteor.
Ain't no hockey in Florida.
That's insane.
There's two Florida teams playing in the playoffs right now.
They have. How about Tampa's got 3 Stanley Cups?
Yeah, I'm aware of this. And Florida could win it
Maurice
this year.
Richard be rolling over in his grave.
Shut up. What did you read last night?
I was watching a French movie.
Okay.
He came up, believe it or not.
The reason I bring this up is I drop my daughter off in the front of the rink and I just park in the parking lot to sit in my car for half an hour before the game starts, right?
Okay.
Just chilling out.
You're doing your dad.
Yeah. And I'm on my phone and I can hear this weird noise. So I roll down my window. I'm like, what the hell is that? There's a woman in her car right next to me,
What's she doing?
a spot up. She ain't doing nothing but talking on the phone.
Oh.
And she's got her phone on through her Bluetooth. And I don't think people realize that when you are talking on your phone through the Bluetooth in your car, people outside of the car can hear that conversation
Yeah.
clear as day.
It is very loud.
I can hear this woman talking. I can hear the person talking through her phone even louder.
Jesus.
And this woman
Yeah.
is on some kind of work call,
Oh, all right.
and she is getting lit up.
Oh, they're chewing her ass out.
Lit up by like 3 different people on this work
She
call.
didn't finish up the Murphy Project.
I don't know what the hell she did, but I was outside, like I said, for half an hour. 15 minutes of it.
Damn.
I was just listening to
Oh,
this
I'd
woman.
have to listen.
Bro,
That's
and
good stuff.
It was brutal, and I'm listening to her trying to defend herself, and she keeps like, no, and here's the other thing. We are a team, and if we don't get together on this, nothing's going to be on point, and that falls down on you, and da-da-da-da. And she thinks she's having this private conversation, but me and everyone that's walking in the rink are hearing this woman's worst professional moment. It was
Man.
horrific, and I felt terrible for her, but like you said, couldn't stop
Oh,
listening.
no kidding.
And I don't think she understood how publicly on display she was. Because if she did,
Yeah.
she'd have taken that phone and put it to the side of her face.
Yeah.
It's amazing what you'll hear sometimes. People don't realize it. And it's really personal stuff. And it just happened to us when we were visiting my stepson in Chicago. My wife and I taking a walk to get coffee. And there's this woman ahead of us. And apparently it was 2 siblings talking about a third sibling. And it sounded like 2 sisters talking about their deadbeat-ass brother.
Okay.
And how much money they've loaned him, and he just pisses it away. And they think he's got a drug problem and he's got an alcohol problem, and they don't like his wife. And we caught all this in 2 blocks. Like, I knew everything
exciting.
about this guy in 2 blocks from her perspective.
It's a weird side-by-side.
Yeah.
Because on one hand, we like to think that everyone's looking at us all the time, when in reality, nobody cares.
Right.
Like, you get all dressed up nice thinking people are going to be like, wow, and nobody ever notices you.
You
But
blend.
it does seem the moments you don't want to blend are the ones that you are on the most display, right? Because
Yeah.
I would have never noticed this woman had I not
No.
heard this phone
Yeah.
call. You would have never noticed those people had you not started listening to that conversation.
But I also think that there's something about being inside your car where you feel like you're blocked off to everything.
It's your mobile house.
Like you almost forget that there are windows that people can see exactly what you're doing at all times. But you get this weird sense of comfort, like you have privacy and you're protected from everything. So I can also see why she felt like, I don't know,
In her
like didn't
cocoon.
think twice about
Yeah.
taking that phone call.
No, you're right. To your point, Kimmy, like even when you're driving down the road on the highway, whatever, you'll look to your left and right and see people doing things that
In
they,
their own world.
they wouldn't want other. I
Yeah.
mean, think of the things we did
Bro.
in cars on the road.
The nose
Yes.
picking.
Yeah, nose picking.
Yeah, that was the least of it when I was in the car.
Well, let's put it this way.
I gave my nose a break. My dong, not so much.
You don't want to do a nose picking after what we were doing.
Well, it's not snot.
No, it's not. What the hell's wrong with you, man? Don't inhale. You're going to get batch brain.
Or white lung.
Or like if there's somebody else in the car with them, sometimes I can't tell if they're having a heated conversation or if like they're laughing but like you get sucked into their world once you start looking.
You're totally right. And when it comes to these conversations you would like to be private that become public, I think you can break them down into 2 different categories.
What's that?
Well, like for example, this woman in her car last night where I'm hearing her bosses chew her out. I'm almost positive that woman did not know everyone else could hear it. That is a conversation she wanted to keep private. So you have the people, and like the ones you're describing, who are unaware that they're making a public spectacle. And then you have the other types of people that you'll see out. They are so angry.
Yes.
They don't care.
Yeah.
And they don't realize what they're doing.
They are completely oblivious to what's going on around them because they're just caught up in the moment.
Yeah.
And those people are priceless. I could watch that all day.
It makes me so uncomfortable.
But isn't it entertaining though? Like you can't look away.
No, I don't want to be a part of it. Like as soon as I will enjoy the one that doesn't know they're being public. Like that, I'll get all gossipy. If somebody does it in public and just doesn't care, I have to get away from the situation. It makes me so uncomfortable. You would like that?
I kind of do.
I mean, it'll happen
know.
at work sometimes. Like they're just like sometimes those people get so angry they can't control themselves.
Oh no, I know Tommy doesn't like it because he's trying to play a cool guy.
Oh, that I don't
you
like.
run away.
I don't know those people.
Known
If I'm at
hider.
Wegmans and I see that, I don't know that person. I'm fine with that. In here, no, I don't like it.
Wait, if you know the people, it's all drama?
Well, I don't want to be around people I know.
Oh.
If I don't know anybody, you're just doing this out in public, I'm fine. If I know you, no.
I mean, one of the funniest things that Tommy's ever unintentionally done in this building. There was like 6-7 years ago, a guy we work with. He had done something I wasn't happy about it.
Oh, that one. I was thinking of another one.
I was going to say, there are a few incidents I can
And
think
it's all
of.
happened
Yeah.
while I'm sitting in this chair. But if you're watching the live stream, you can see it. The way the room's laid out is Tommy is across the way from the door.
Yeah.
I am next to the door. Kimmy's on the other side of it. So if somebody comes in and talks to us, Tommy's trapped. He
Yes.
cannot get
Yeah.
out. Because any opportunity he has when the door's open and something awkward, he boom, you've left me in here.
Well, it was your thing.
Well, no. I'm saying not this one. Other awkward situations. You
were
and
just
I get
hanging
stuck.
out
So
back
yeah, that made
then.
it even worse. You
That
dick.
boy with his sushi. And by the way, there were 2 incidents.
Yes, there were.
Yeah.
You had 2.
But I'm talking about that one. This guy.
Oh, I was talking about that one.
I know, but let's talk about this guy.
My God, how many you got, man?
Well, that was those 2 guys.
I know.
So this guy over here
Yeah.
comes in
Yeah.
and he starts yelling at me about something.
Oh, yeah.
And I wasn't dealing with it.
Right.
Like, I'm normally a laid back, calm
Yeah, you
person.
are.
You just hit me at the wrong spot.
Yeah.
So, all right, you want to go? We're going to go. And we're yelling at each other. And it's going on for a good, like, 60 seconds, which
Yep.
is an eternity of an
It is.
argument.
It felt like a long time.
So Tommy, the peacemaker,
I was
smooth
going to
man
say,
that he
you're
is.
the elder in the room. Like, you're supposed to be the one that's, guys.
But
You're
that's what he
screwed
did.
there.
That's what he did after 60 seconds. Guys,
Was
gentlemen.
that one?
No, yeah, that was that one.
Oh,
Gentlemen.
Because the second one was the same way.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
think you
remember
did
him
both.
saying anything.
So I also had the same run-in with him years ago on 9/11, where he MF'd me all the way down the hall. to the bathroom and into the urinal.
Yeah, but I
maybe
get
you're
that.
not the best person to speak up then.
But
No,
it's-
I'm not.
No, but it's just funny. Like, you're this tough guy. I say what
I'm
I
not a
want.
tough guy.
No, you know, I say what I want whenever
I mean, I'm wearing a
want.
very tough outfit today. Yeah.
And then, like, when you are uncomfortable, guys, hey,
I'm
guys,
out.
we're all friends here, are we, guys?
Yeah,
come
I'm
on.
out.
Why don't we? Come
Come on.
on.
Place of
come on.
business. Come on.
And, like, the only reason the argument stopped is because your attempt to stop it was so ridiculous we couldn't continue the argument. 252
Oh,
WCMF.
you're welcome.
Thank you. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. This woman, yesterday, she's in her car while I'm about to go into my daughter's hockey game, and she's got a phone call through the Bluetooth speaker in her car, and people do not realize whatever is coming through your Bluetooth, people outside the car can hear clear as day, and she is getting chewed out by what I assume are her bosses, like 3 people, and she's trying to defend herself, and they're cutting her off, and no, you're this, the public spectacle of the argument. Okay, so people you know, you can't handle.
Yeah.
Strangers, you
they're
can.
it's just people watching.
All right, third question.
All right.
Friends of your spouse that aren't your friends.
What about them? Like you're saying.
Do you enjoy that argument?
If it's not at my house, yes.
You still want the gossip almost?
Like if I could see it going down, but not like if we have people over.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
And that goes down.
you don't want that.
No.
But if you're,
'Cause then
let's-
I'm trapped.
Let's say
Yeah.
you're at like a party at a
Oh,
bar.
I'm fine with that.
So you'll sit and watch
third,
all that.
Third party.
Oh, third party, I'm fine with it.
Well, no, but here's the problem.
It happened like 3 times last summer, and it was good. It was good chatter on the way home, because then we were like breaking it down.
Yeah.
It was like
It
seeing a
kinda-
good movie.
Yeah, and it kind of takes any drama you have with like your spouse out of the picture because you're like, whoa, glad we're not those people.
Yes.
There's a problem, though,
What?
that you're not thinking through here.
What's that?
Well, because I understand the take you have on why you like things. Because strangers, it doesn't affect you in any way.
Right.
Personally, you could get dragged into
Yeah.
it. The third party of your spouse, someone that your spouse knows, you're right. There are those moments where both of you go, "Oh man," on the way home, and let's talk about it. You're also running the risk that your spouse is going to take a side and be passionate about it
Oh,
afterwards.
it could happen.
And now you're stuck in the conversation zone. And you're going to say the wrong thing.
Oh
just
no,
like-
I'm not going to say anything.
You're just going to be quiet.
Yeah, or I'm just going to take her side. Yeah, I've learned my lesson.
Okay.
I once was you.
No, I'm saying, like, even in those situations, taking your side, if you say the wrong thing or you keep your mouth shut, well, you're not talking. Well, I can tell that you.
I don't mind that. If I don't say, you can yell at me for not saying something, but you can't hang me with it
Okay.
because you're only going to hang me with words. Don't say nothing.
Put that on a T-shirt, sell it in the rock shop.
And I've been hung many times.
So you enjoy well, I guess it's different for women because, like, guy drama is always the
But
stupidest
well-
drama.
But I never see that. It's usually most of the drama I see, it's women.
I don't know. There's a crew of dudes that we know
Yeah.
that it's nothing but drama
Because
all
I'm
the
thinking
time.
at work, especially like jobs that I've had, most of the most awkward, intense moments for everybody, like the biggest display of emotion has come from a dude.
Yeah.
It's never been like 2 women fighting out loud. It's
I
like,
mean, in family.
oh, in family.
Like the scenario you were creating.
Oh,
like
I mean-
wife's friends.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, those are the ones I've experienced.
But like the big blow-ups are usually men.
Now, like, to your point, Kimmy, at work, I've never seen 2 women freak out at each
Like
other.
I've seen, don't get me wrong, like I've seen women that don't like each other at
Yeah.
work, but never
didn't
to the
work on the
point
old
where
show.
it becomes,
Are you talking about you and the chick on the show?
Yes.
well,
A couple of cat fights.
No, but like since we've been here as a
Yeah.
show together,
yeah.
can you guys think of any time where 2 women went after each other?
Most of the women we work with are very pleasant people.
No, because the one that started it all got fired.
Yeah.
That chick started problems.
Yeah, she did.
But once she left, it was fine.
Well, she worked her problems all the way into South Carolina.
There you go. Let the South deal with it.
All right, so the moral of the story is when you want to be on display, nobody cares.
Mm-hmm.
When you want to be anonymous, everybody can hear what you're saying. And according to Tommy, getting involved in any argument is the bad idea.
Yes.
Unless you can stand off on the side and enjoy all the drama.
Yeah, enjoy the fireworks.
All right, there is your lesson for the day.
Look at that.
We got a dynamite. Keep your head out of the drama.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of breaking for you this morning here on CMF. If you want to talk about drama, there was some drama yesterday.
Ooh, boy.
I thought something had happened to you
Mm-hmm.
based on around 10 o'clock how my Instagram and Twitter exploded.
Yeah.
People were very worried about you.
Oh.
They were worried that you were actually the perpetrator of this. Because I guess what's weird is there must be a mistake at all the news stations, because from what I understand, Kimmy, what I was told,
Yeah.
stuff like this doesn't happen here.
Never.
And because of that, in the afternoon, I was getting disappointed.
What?
Yes.
Disappointed?
I was getting disappointed.
We're gonna get into.
Is this something you should say out loud?
Yeah, I'll say that.
Buckle up. I don't even care, man. I'm tough.
I'll do it.
Okay, guys. Okay.
No,
okay.
it's my normal take that it disappoints me.
We will get into what happened at the Pittsford Wegmans yesterday, right around Tommy time, too.
Oh, yeah.
Just after 7. Also, it's Thursday. You know what that means.
I think we're going to do a little bitch voice.
Yep, Bitch Voice Theater coming at you also just after 7 o'clock, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy. Desperate people do desperate things.
Okay.
And you would assume most people who are going to attempt a robbery are desperate people. However, this man, in his desperation, somehow made it worse for himself than just getting arrested for trying to rob somewhere.
Oh.
Because, Kimmy, getting to the point where you're going to try and rob somewhere, not great. Being arrested for an alleged robbery, not awesome. But not even being able to pull off what he tried to go out and do that day.
No.
And in this way.
It's kind of just, I don't know if he wasn't expecting the confrontation. Didn't go well.
We'll get into it next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This is one of those things most people are not experienced with.
What's that?
Well, like, Kimmy, you couldn't practice this crime before you went out and tried it for the first time.
You could do it in the mirror.
Yeah, but you're not going to know and that's just it.
Yeah.
You think you know how this is going to go down. But when you get this reaction...
There's no plan B, I guess.
What happened?
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. The NFL Draft is tonight.
Oh, boy.
That's right. Kicks off 8 o'clock. 3 networks at the same time.
Man.
And if you want to watch it with a super cool, handsome guy.
Really?
Yeah.
Who are they bringing in?
You can do it tonight with me. The Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chi-Li. I'll be there from 7 to 9 tonight. 12 wings.
Go anyway.
12 wings for $12. $3 Jenny Light pints. And the Tap Room in Bill Gray's will have prizes too tonight. 7 to 9. The Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chi-Li. It's my favorite spot, man.
Oh, yeah. It's nice.
Love that joint.
Oh, yeah.
My hometown Bill Gray's.
Pat the party machine.
Come watch the draft with me tonight from 7 to 9. Bill Gray's
beer.
Tap Room in Chi-Li with your friends from CMF. The story comes to us from Batavia. According to authorities, a 44-year-old man walked into a mobile gas station armed with a knife. Story on 10 NBC says he threatened the clerk on duty and demanded money. So we got an armed robbery situation.
Yeah.
And we're going to spoil the ending for you here because the 44-year-old man got no money.
Oh.
He was unsuccessful in his robbery thanks to a move that the clerk pulled. The clerk didn't jump over the counter and defend himself.
Okay.
He didn't hit some silent alarm that had the cops like swarm the place.
So what was his deal?
He tried something else.
What?
When this 44-year-old man with a knife walked in and demanded money from the cash register at the gas station, the clerk looked at him and said, no.
Oh, that's it?
It just seems
That
like he
works?
denied the guy.
Yeah. When he said, give me the money, he
Doesn't
said...
say he had like a weapon or anything.
No.
Yeah.
The employee at the gas station with a knife in his face looked at him and said, no.
So what did the guy just leave?
He left.
That's it?
He left. Yes.
Not much of a business plan then.
He was later arrested, charged with attempted robbery and criminal possession of a weapon. Can we talk about the risky move this was on the part of the gas station employee?
No
Oh,
kidding.
yeah, for sure. I mean, you don't know that in the moment. You don't know what this person's capable of.
Yes, you don't know if that man with a knife is not taking no for an answer.
Yeah.
Right.
Because, like, that's literally in the sentence of the word you gave.
Yeah.
Because if you go no, and no is not an answer he's going to take, things can get very dicey.
Yeah.
And tell me, on top of that, we know that authorities always say, just give them what they want
Yeah.
and let them go.
Yeah.
Like, is it worth getting potentially stuck or killed
Right.
over a few dollars at a register? And what if this guy flips out when you say no? What do you do then? For that reason, I'm going to predict the man who said no has to be one of the owners of this gas station.
Oh, I didn't even think of that. Yeah, like a mom and pop type of situation.
I was thinking that too. You have more to lose than anybody.
Yeah, because like even like the mobiles and stuff like that, it says mobile, but it says like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Steve's
it has
Mobile.
it has a name on it.
Exactly. Like if I'm making $15 an hour working at a gas station,
Sure. Go for it.
yeah, it's not my money. I don't care. It has to be the owner of this place.
Yeah. Okay.
But still, the ball,
That's pretty ballsy.
right?
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
To just say, nah, not for me. No, thank you.
I wonder what he saw in this armed
That's what I was
robber.
going to say. Because even if you thought, like, this guy's kind of scrawny, like, I could take the guy, like, he still
Has
has
a
a
knife.
weapon. He still has one up on you, just coming in. Because I would think anybody that comes in is in, like, desperation mode, right? Like, they made this decision. Like, I would think, like, they're here for a reason and they're going to complete this task.
Yeah, they're desperate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you make a good point. Like most people don't just rob gas stations for fun.
Or just, let's just see what they say.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens.
You got it.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, there's a reason this guy's in here doing this.
Yeah.
And you don't know what that reason is, and that reason could be more desperate than you breathing.
But I guess the flip side is every once in a while you just chose the wrong person to rob.
But see,
You know what I mean? Like some people just ain't going to play.
but when you say chose the wrong person to rob, in my head I have, the clerk
Somebody
diving
ready
over the
to go.
counter, blah,
Yeah,
blah,
yeah.
blah, or he pulls out a shotgun and
Yeah.
how you like
True.
me now, right? This guy didn't do any of that. He just said
Well,
no.
maybe he misunderstood him. Maybe the guy goes in, do you sell these? And he said, no. Oh, why? No.
No, not
Get
here.
out of here. Get out.
In fact, you already have one. Why would
Yeah,
you need another
I
one?
knew one. Yeah.
252 WCMF 252-9263. A 44-year-old man in Batavia walked into a mobile gas station armed with a knife. He threatened the clerk on duty, demanded money, and he got none because the clerk looked him in the face and said no. To add insult to injury, despite the fact that the man got no money out of the robbery, he was still arrested, charged with attempted robbery and criminal possession of a weapon. Not to have sympathy for the devil here, but does anyone else feel at least a little bit bad for the attempted armed robbery?
Embarrassing.
Right? Right? Like, well,
I mean, we're happy it worked out the way it did.
yes, obviously, but
You
like,
got nothing.
walk through this with me.
Yeah.
Right? You've gotten to a point in your life where robbing a gas station was an option.
Yeah. In a small town.
Yes. And you couldn't even do that.
Yeah.
Right? Right? Like, again, CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, right? Guys and gals with PhDs, you
Yeah.
don't see them robbing a lot of gas stations,
No.
right? So I think it would be safe to say if you're at this point in your life, you've had a couple of bumps.
Yeah.
Think how dejected you would have to feel. You're walking into the gas station. Adrenaline has to be cranking.
Sure.
Right? It's just a matter of moments before they are putting free money in your hand. And when you give your most intimidating armed robbery pitch, they just say no.
I know. It's such a robbery airball.
That was the perfect way to put it.
Air knife. Air knife.
Because, like, as you're going through all of the scenarios that can play out in your head, there is no way.
You didn't even clip the backboard.
But, like, there's no way he considered no was going to
Right,
happen.
right.
Like, he may have thought this guy could have a weapon. He may have thought he'd dive over the counter. You may have thought he'd lock the door and police would be on the way. Like, you're trying to plan for everything.
I hope he drove there. Because if he had to walk down the street after that, talking to himself, idiot, so stupid.
But the fact that he was caught, maybe
Yeah.
he was walking.
Could be.
Maybe he had a car, but he didn't have enough gas to put into it because he said no.
Yeah. He's in rough shape.
I want to know. I just want to know, like, how the guy responded after he heard no. Like, did he try again, or was he just like, oh well, okay?
It would
Like,
be,
well, did you at least like come up with like a threat or something?
but even if he did, it didn't work.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll stab you. No. Well, I'm going to leave then.
Yeah, the threat's in the knife.
Like, did you just walk out with like your head hung low? Like, oh man.
Like he wouldn't even. If I'm that clerk, he doesn't even have to say anything. If he walked in and just showed me the knife,
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah.
I understand what's going on here. We don't even have to be from the same parts of the world. That's an international sign of you want something that I have behind this counter.
Great point.
And I'm fine with that.
Great point.
Take it all.
Yeah. You know what would be the worst would be is if he walks in, right? He's got the knife. He goes, "Give me all the money." And the guy goes, "No." And you go, "Come on."
Oh, they started to
That's
negotiate.
what did he try again? Did he say anything else after that, or did he just give
Can I have
up right
some
then
of the
and there?
money?
Come on, just a little. Give me $5.
So he starts negotiating against himself.
I will sell you the knife for $10. How about that? Like, think about this too, because we've talked about this on the show before. Like, we assume any guy that buys a weapon, a gun, a sword, a knife, or whatever, will go in the mirror and pose with it a little.
Oh, sure.
Right? Try and
You
look
gotta,
at.
you got to see how
Practice.
intimidating you can look. Right?
Your tough face with
Yeah.
that thing. You know this man. He had to have, before he robbed this gas station, practiced the most intimidating move look he could. And you are so unintimidating as a 44-year-old man. You had a knife, and they still didn't think you would hurt them.
You got nothing.
Like, I think it has less to do with how physically imposing you are and how the look in your eye just doesn't say, you're scary enough to stab me. Yeah, you're not. Yes, that's it. You're not a badass.
Do we know how old the clerk was?
Does not say.
Okay.
We don't know if he owned the place or whatever. Really.
Why? What are you thinking with age here?
Well, I'm just wondering, like, would a younger guy be a little more likely to say no, because it's just almost like you I don't know. I can't figure out who would be more likely to say no. I'm not dealing with your crap today.
All right, I'm going to break this down perfectly for you because it just came to me. I feel like a genius.
Fantastic.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263 if you want to jump in. I'm going to say this is an older cat, and here's why. I think you're right, Kimmy. Younger guy would be so full of pee and vinegar that he would not want to give up the money. But that also seems like a guy who'd be aggressive enough to try and make a counter move.
Oh, yeah, escalate
Okay.
the situation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like an 18 to 30-year-old guy. Oh, you see enough? Ka-cha! Right? I got mace, or I got brass knuckles, or here's a taser. I just tased you.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. I'm going to guess that a guy between 30 and 50, 30 and 45, has more to lose. You may have a family.
Yeah,
you may be
true.
more desperate, so you're just going to give him whatever you want. After 50 years old,
Oh, yeah.
you've seen enough. you've been around enough, you can read people well enough, that's where you just say no.
We're not going to just let you walk out of here now, do you think, punk? Me and Smith & Wesson.
No, but there wasn't a gun. You just said no. Which it would be the worst dirty Harry, quickest dirty Harry ever.
Let me tell you something. There's 10 badasses in this town. 9 of them sent me birthday cards.
He just said no, though. He wasn't tough. He just said no.
I'm going to get in your eye like an onion, punk. Why don't we take this over to the hospital so you don't have far to go?
Just said no.
Well, you don't have a car.
Okay, we got
I guess
it.
we'll both have to walk to the hospital.
No, I'm telling you, man, this is an older cat who looked him up
All
and
right,
down
could
and
be.
said,
So that's an owner.
it has to be.
Right.
It has to be. And, like, the confidence to say no with a knife in your face has to be an older dude. It
Yeah.
has to be.
All right.
Watch us be totally wrong and the kid's like 19. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this failed armed robbery in Batavia. Guy, 44 years old, walks in with a knife, says, give me all the money at the register. And the guy behind the register said, no. And the dude left, and then he was arrested anyway. He's facing a bunch of charges. Let's talk to Russell. Hey, Russ, what's up, buddy?
Hey, morning, guys. I was in San Antonio, and I was door guy for this Leaping Lizard pub, and we closed. And I went up the road to get, walk out and got a burrito. Come around the parking garage, and there was 2 kids and had a knife. And he goes, "Give me all your money." And I was like, "No, wait." They bum rushed me, and I wrestled them, and I got stabbed in the armpit.
Oh, my God.
So other people came running, and
I
we
would have
held
given
them
him a
down.
burrito.
Actually, my burrito never got ruined because it was wrapped in aluminum foil.
Well, that's one of them tough Texas burritos.
So, wait, you got stuck, Russ. You got stuck.
Yeah, 3.5 foot of gauze had to go up in my armpit, and they said the only thing I kept talking about was, "Don't let me die. I got child support."
Wait, that would be a reason.
Yeah, to check out.
Yeah, I mean,
man.
I'm fine with going
I'd be
there,
pulling
man.
that gauze out.
Russell.
So I wouldn't say no, man. If someone now, me being 48, and I got a bum knee.
Well, you don't bring it up much.
No, but I mean, I get it, man. And having lived through
Yeah.
that too, being stabbed doesn't sound like it's fun, Russell.
Yeah.
It felt like I got it felt like I thought when I was wrestling him that he burnt me. It felt hot. I didn't think a stab wound would feel hot. You know what I mean?
Sure, I get what you. Well, no, because I've never been stabbed, but I'll take your word for it, Russell.
Hey, I love the show, guys.
Love you too, buddy. Go treat that scar under your armpit. See you,
Yeah,
Russ.
I'm good.
Bye, Russ.
We're being very misogynistic.
How so?
Because we keep saying dude. What if it was a woman behind
That's a
that
great
counter?
Oh.
point. You're
'Cause
right.
my sister
Yeah.
had that gig at a mobile station.
You're right.
I could also see she might not think that he's gonna do it.
No. No. I'm not doing that. That's
That actually
gross.
makes more sense now that you bring
You
it
gonna
up.
fight a woman?
Oh, what are you going to do? Stab me?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Big tough guy? No
I thought
car?
it said. I don't know
Where's
why.
your car, Lewis? No car, Lewis? Oh, Lewis doesn't have a car or a girlfriend.
Now
Nice knife. Is it rented, Lewis?
Now that you're saying it like that, the most logical explanation would be this is a woman.
Yeah.
I don't know why though. I thought it said man, but maybe you're right. I was just assuming.
No, because a woman saying no to you like that would be embarrassing enough.
But you
for
may
to
not be
just leave.
prepared for a woman behind the
That's
counter when you
also
go in.
true.
Like, if you
Yeah.
did no prep,
That's a
Could
great
be
point.
why you walked away.
Lewis.
Maybe.
252 WCMF 252-9260. Man, that just blew the roof off everything. I don't even know what to think anymore, man.
Whoa, man.
Maybe Bill can bring it all back together. He's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Billy, what's up?
Hey, Pat. When I was, I just got out of the Marine Corps. I was 21 years old, and I was working at a convenience store on the overnights from the, 11 to 7 shift.
Okay.
I had a guy come in one night. I don't even remember how late it was, but it was pretty late. And he walked in with a screwdriver in his hand and started walking around the counter looking at me. And I just happened to look down in the counter, and there was a hammer sitting back there. So I grabbed the hammer, and I set the hammer on the counter, and I said, well, we both got tools. Are we going to say it? And he took a look at me, and I guess, just being right out of the Marine Corps, I still had that Marine Corps look in my eye. And he decided it was a bad idea and turned around and walked out.
All right, let's think here.
I mean, screwdriver versus hammer. Yeah, I'd probably walk it away.
And
too.
Marine holding it.
Well, yeah, but you don't know he's in Marie. Okay, Bill, maybe he saw,
Yeah.
but I'm thinking here. Quick guy with a screwdriver versus strong guy with a hammer. Who wins that fight?
I'm not.
That's what I was thinking in my head, too.
Well, the song is If I Had a Hammer.
Yeah.
There's no song about If I Had a Screwdriver.
Yeah, you're right. But he wasn't talking about robbing a gas station.
True.
Bill?
Yeah.
Semper Fi, buddy.
Alrighty.
Thanks for the call, man.
Thanks a lot.
Have
Bye-bye.
a good rest of the day. Hammer versus driver. It's a Lowe's off, baby. Everybody on hold, we got to move on. I appreciate the calls. New York State loves coffee.
Oh.
We have the
okay.
numbers to back it up here. But what's surprising about the love of coffee in New York is there are a hell of a lot more people like you than there are like Kimmy and I. And this is not healthy. It's not healthy at all. In fact, if you are able to do this, it may actually mean you have something wrong with you.
That I would. Well,
You do this on a daily basis.
And it's bad?
I didn't think it was bad.
because they always say it's good for you.
Okay, you don't even know what I'm going to tell you.
Yeah, but I'm going to say it's good for you.
Okay, great. We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This is one of the few beverages that serves a purpose.
A beverage.
Yeah, well, sure, folks like the taste, but you have it to function, most people do, to function when your day starts.
Yeah.
Which is why what we're going to tell you is so surprising. If you're drinking it to get up, there should be a time where you stop drinking it.
Okay.
Right? You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, we're going to bitch it out, buddy.
That's right. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And Kimmy, there must be some mistake with all the news stations the last, 24 hours.
What happened?
Why would I miss?
Well, this headline, it doesn't make any sense because this type of...
They've definitely got the location wrong.
Yeah, because Kimmy, from what I understand, what I've heard in the break room, a reputable source, this type of thing does not happen in this type of town.
World's changing, bro.
Oh, shut up.
Going bad.
Shut. Is the world
Things
going
is going bad,
World's
bro.
going bad.
Yeah, bro.
We'll get to what went down in Tommytown just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. A story on Spectrum this week about coffee and the relationship we have with it here in the state of New York. The story focuses on one weird fact that we learned.
What's that?
The majority of coffee drinkers in New York don't have what they're calling a cutoff time,
Yeah.
meaning that they'll drink coffee all the way up until they're ready to climb into bed.
Like Italians. Italians drink coffee all day.
Okay, I know you drink
Yeah.
coffee all day.
Oh, yeah, it's just me, not the rest of Italy with their little cups.
Well, I don't know. I've never been to Italy.
Mini cups,
You've seen Italians.
espressos.
I'm not getting into bed with Italians every night as much as I'd like to. You have said on this show before that you can drink a cup of coffee, climb into bed, and fall asleep.
I can have that, a couple of drinks, not out.
The caffeine does not bother you.
No,
It's
but I've been
amazing.
drinking it since I was a kid.
Okay, what does that mean?
I don't know. Like, my body's just used
Doesn't
to
even do anything to you anymore.
it. Maybe it doesn't. Or I'm just, I don't know,
So what?
burnt out.
Is that what it is?
Complete caffeine burnout.
So, Kimmy, what's strange here? In the state of New York, 55% of coffee drinkers say they are just like Tommy.
Drink it all day.
Yep, they'll drink coffee right when they get out of bed, and then they'll drink coffee right before they go to bed. Like all day long, there is no stop. What is going on with your body, people that can do this? And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, where you can shoot yourself up with that much caffeine and still manage to fall asleep.
I mean, to your point, there's a Dunkin' around the corner for me, a Starbucks, and
Probably a mom
there's
and
like
pop.
a mom and pop shop. Those places are busy until they close. And I always think the same thing. I'm like, who is getting a coffee at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the afternoon? But there are people there all the time, so there must be people making their runs later in the day.
The majority of New Yorkers are
Yeah.
doing that.
Yeah.
55% are like Tommy, not like you and I.
Yeah, I have a coffee around 3:30 in the afternoon.
No, dude, it's such an afternoon coffee. It's such a home afternoon cappuccino.
And then I might have one after dinner.
Thanks a latte for my after dinner cappuccino.
And you're not talking like decaf. You're talking regular.
So I do double
Coffee.
espressos when I drink, so I probably have
I would
4
be
to 5
up
of those a day.
24 hours a day.
Wait, how many regular cups of coffee are in a double espresso?
2. It's double.
No.
Like one shot of espresso is like equivalent to a cup of coffee.
Oh, I
caffeine-wise.
thought caffeine-wise it was more than a cup
Oh,
of
it
coffee.
could be. But
I don't know.
I always thought it was
The same.
equal.
Can we Google
I
it?
don't know.
How many
Yeah.
cups of coffee equals one shot
Because I always
of
make a
espresso?
double. I always do a double.
Okay.
So, yeah, so I have between 8 and 10 shots of espresso a day.
A day?
Yeah.
A day?
Mm-hmm.
That can't be good for you. Making a face as your heart explodes. With the power of 1,000 suns. Bro, your wife has never brought this up to you?
What do you think?
I'm asking.
Of course. Yes.
Does your wife drink coffee like you do?
No. My wife will have Lamo, Folgers,
You mean
one a
standard
day.
coffee?
Coffee Mate. Ugh.
Wait a minute. I know you have a really special, high-end Italian coffee
Yeah, I
machine.
got a
in
little
your house.
espresso maker,
Okay.
yeah.
That's only for you?
Yeah, she doesn't like
Your
it.
wife doesn't use it?
Don't
you
like it.
bought a super expensive, high-end, shiny, boot of Italy coffee
Yes.
machine, and it's just for you.
Yes, because she has hers, and I have mine.
You have
and
2
they're-
coffee machines?
Yeah. It's Pittsford, man. It's no big deal.
Shut up, man.
They have them on the trail, too. When you take a walk, you can just go right up and Make yourself a cup of coffee while you're taking a little walk down the canal.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Over half of New York coffee drinkers say they do not have a cutoff time for coffee, meaning they will drink coffee all the way up until they go to bed. Over one half. Kimmy, do we have our espresso answer?
Yeah, so 1.5 shots of espresso is about your standard 8-ounce cup of coffee.
Okay, so really you're only having 7 cups of coffee
All
a
right.
day. Yeah,
All right, so I'm good.
Yeah, not bad. Actually, you're not, and we'll get to that. But
You're going to die.
do you not? You know, it's funny.
But you'll be shaking for the next 10 minutes and you're dead.
They place blame on a couple of things for New
Yeah, it tastes
Yorkers.
It's cold.
For New Yorkers, Kimmy, not wanting to have cut-off coffee time. So they mentioned designer coffee places like Starbucks that made coffee a trendier drink, not a
Right.
functional drink. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, now
like-
you go out for coffee. You could sit in a cafe. It's almost like you're
This
in
new
Europe.
thing,
I think
these
about the
cafes.
kids that are drinking coffee at a younger age.
Okay.
Like kids, your daughter's age that are going out to these places.
Oh, yeah.
That are probably starting their caffeine addiction
Yeah.
way earlier than my generation.
But no, you drank coffee as a kid.
I did, but I don't think a lot of my friends did.
I don't know. Like you guys were going off to the mines. You had to get ready to go. How old are you again? 104?
When I was in the sulfur mines in Sicily.
Is that up in St. Clair over there?
I also wonder if the rise in popularity of espresso martinis are also contributing to this, because this would also be a reason why people are drinking it later in the day.
That's a good question.
And I know people that are like obsessed with those things, and I don't know how. Like the taste of them is amazing, but I don't want to drink one too late because I'll be up all night.
No, you know, it's funny. You bring up like how coffee's in a bunch of stuff now. You got the espresso martinis. Coffee ice cream is also very popular. That has caffeine in it.
Yeah.
And
Does it?
You don't drink you don't eat ice cream at like 10 o'clock in the morning.
So if
Yeah.
you go to Wegmans now and you go down the coffee aisle, if you turn the other way, it's a bank. I mean, it's got to be a quarter of an aisle of just cold coffee canned drinks.
Yeah.
Wait, you like coffee in the can?
I love coffee.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Bro.
And it's so expensive.
Oh, I got
I'm
news
looking
you.
for a deal.
I have branched out entrepreneur-wise.
Hey, what are you doing?
I got a brand new coffee in the can business.
You're kidding me.
Yeah.
Well, where is this?
It's in the
place?
kiosk. I got a kiosk in the men's room down the
Yeah,
hallway.
yeah. Well, yeah, but there's so many kiosks down there now. What's it called?
Oh, it's called Uncle Pat's Bend Over. I'll give you plenty of coffee in your can surprise sauce.
Get a caffeine can.
Caffeinated up real good. Going back to the designer coffee
Yes.
places. Before Starbucks brought like your cappuccino latte bitch ass
yeah,
you know,
Italian
drinks,
stuff.
with all due respect,
Yeah.
obviously. Was it hard to get what you drink every day before
yeah.
Starbucks? Okay, because like Starbucks did it, and then everyone else started doing
Right.
it, right? Because you can get stuff like that at all kinds of, McDonald's, Dunkin',
So
Tim
Yeah.
Hortons.
when I was a comic on the road, a huge caffeine junkie, I used to bring my own pot and make my own like on the road.
You are so bro. We had no money.
No, like,
I know.
no, like a percolator. I'm not an espresso machine. I'm talking like an old school
where you
percolator.
let
right?
it, yeah.
I just needed my coffee. So the only places you could get coffee back in the day, and they always had great coffee, was McDonald's.
Okay.
Because they turned it over so fast, it was always fresh. Other than that, you couldn't get like a high-end espresso. No, none
Okay.
of that was around.
So they blame Starbucks for kicking this whole thing off, places
sure.
like that. They also blame 24-hour spots that serve coffee to go, arguing that if people didn't have that option, they wouldn't be making it at home.
Like
'cause
the
that-
old 7-Elevens and stuff like that.
Stuff
That always
like-
had
yeah.
like a bank of coffees in there.
You got it. Like
Yeah.
they argue most people are not like you where they'll make their own espresso at 6 o'clock at night.
I also like iced coffee in the summertime, so I'll also drink those on top of my regular coffee.
Wait,
on top of?
You don't
Yeah.
substitute it for the iced coffee. You drink it on top of your regular
Kinda.
hot coffee.
Okay.
Kinda.
You're
I
gonna
think
die.
I kind of just squeeze the ice one in there, and then I do this other
My
thing.
goodness.
Where if it's like, weekend style,
Yeah.
I'll put a shot of Jameson in there on that iced coffee.
Sure.
Oh man.
Why don't you throw some coolant in there too? Some car coolant and some
No,
windshield
but I'm
wiper
telling you,
fluid.
like a little whiskey in that coffee, not a lot, just enough to open it up.
No. What does that even mean?
It kind of you
What does
understand.
that even mean?
If you know, you know.
Shut up.
If you put a little shot of booze in your coffee, you don't have to go crazy.
Bro, I know.
It
what-
opens it up.
I know what a shot is to you. A shot is
It's not
half
a
a
shot.
bottle of
A
booze.
cup.
Bro,
A shot, a
I
cup.
watch you. You have the heaviest pour of all time. You got George Foreman hand pours, man. Just hands of stone. Roberto Duran porn. Pours and porn.
Well, I like to really open it up.
So as we have this discussion, here in the state of New York that over half of New Yorkers that drink coffee do not have a stop time. You drink it all day up until you go to bed. This is where Tommy Kimmy gets really, really upset.
Well, here we go.
So they have a sleep doctor. And Kimmy, we found out over the last couple of years, 15, 20 years, how important sleep actually is to the health of everybody.
Time.
You're nodding off time?
You got to have it.
We have a doctor's recommendation.
How much sleep?
How much coffee you're supposed to drink in a day.
Okay.
According to this sleep,
they're going to chinch you.
According to this sleep doctor, the ideal amount of coffee is 2 to 3 8-ounce cups a day.
Kiss my
that actually
sipping
seems
ass.
like that's more than I thought that they were going to say. 2 to 3. I mean, you could spread that out throughout the day.
Dr. Coffee.
No, Dr. Sleep, which is also what you're called in our meetings when we're looking at our ratings. They also say your last cup of coffee should be 8 to 10 hours before your bedtime.
8 to 10 hours?
Yeah, that
you
makes
must have
sense.
just you're done in the morning.
You go to bed at 9 o'clock. You could still drink coffee up until like 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
That's
like 11 o'clock.
Lunchtime.
Wait.
No, 8 hours.
8 hours. 8 to 10. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
That sucks.
Bro, nobody. All right. All right. Can I
But
just.
I guess like that, if you're getting the sleep that you get, because you say you can fall asleep like no problem.
He lies to his doctor about everything. Who knows if he's telling the truth?
I ain't slept in 40 years. No, I sleep really good.
No, you can tell. No, your face looks like you get a lot of rest.
And I can nap.
Do you sleep with all of your body weight on your face? Is that why you look like that?
No, that's called your mom damage.
It makes sense.
Giving her face rise.
Dear God.
Oh, it's a face rise.
Yeah, is it a new carnival thing they have with the carnival?
Step right up and enjoy a face rise.
All right, let's take a break. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
We're already deep into it.
Yeah,
man.
we are. We're deep into it.
At least I give you nothing to work with today.
Bitch Weinstein coming at you here. And, oh, man.
What happened?
The second this story hit the news, Kimmy and I's social media blew up.
Crazy.
One, people were worried that you were hurt.
Well, that was our first thought.
Yeah, well, that was your first thought. I was laughing. Two, people were worried that you were actually the perpetrator here.
Okay.
But I think most people were terrified that you weren't going to be able to go to your favorite spot because they had shut it down.
Yeah.
And what's weird about this, Kimmy, is this doesn't happen in this town.
It doesn't.
According to the reputable newsman here in the break room. But something scary went down in Town yesterday. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. This is a safe, quiet town, Tommy. Things like this do not happen in this place. Yet, as we sit here this morning, investigating a gun being fired in what might be the most high-end parking lot in all of the greater Rochester area, we got to figure out what the hell is going on in Tommytown.
Things are going bad, bro.
Oh, is that what it is?
It's creeping in all over.
It's creeping in from the outside is what you're saying.
Bro, this is outside coming in.
Really? Because what details do you have?
I saw some stuff.
No, you didn't, actually.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. NFL Draft tonight.
Oh, boy.
I'll be at the Bill Gray's Tap Room from 7 to 9. $12 for a dozen wings, $3 Jenny Light Pints, prizes from the Bill Gray's Tap Room. So we'll see you there tonight for the NFL Draft. It's also Thursday.
Oh, yeah.
You know what that means?
What's that?
Well, if you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid or wish you were in the car when they got to Pittsford Wegmans yesterday to hear them freaking out. What do you mean I can't get in the parking lot? What do you mean I can't get?
He was a little jarring.
Wait. Do they know here? Somebody call the produce manager. He'll let me in. I know him. You got to really hurt someone. Something on the lines of...
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I'm dressed up like a camp counselor just trying to sell you a little brochure in the mall on Sundays. Come on out to my busted little summer camp because I'm just a summer camp counselor like a little bitch.
He is so shaken by what happened at Pittsford Wegmans yesterday. He doesn't even know what to say into a microphone. It's bad. We take all your bitch voices. We run it back for you. We call it Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now. On CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I'm a hand-me-down little boy, but I was so fat I couldn't get the hand-me-downs because I ate too much ham. I was a ham-eating, non-hand-me-down, squeezing into my hand-me-down little pants.
By the way, Mr. and Mrs. Foltz, if you're still listening, I'm sorry I stepped in your bitch.
Right.
I get that old winter with your
no.
mouth. I got a Canadian mouth right across from me.
Oh, I'm sorry, and I don't want to be
Listen
stuck
to it.
inside because I'm afraid to breathe all the rich, smoky Canadian air outside because I'm scared to have some lungs.
The way I know, Pat's mouth has been full of Canadian wood.
Sick.
Oh, I'm scared of old men on radio. They're going to come beat me up. I'm going to run home. I'm Italian for some reason.
What?
So what are you asking me? What do I think of that guy?
Yeah, if he won't come
Come
in.
on in, sir.
If he sees you taking a dump,
Little
open toilet.
sissy boy.
Okay.
Oh, I want to hear Tommy taking a joke because I'm just a little sissy being little bitch. Yes, you're a little baby boy.
All right. So you would do a line with him and go back to work, Billy?
I never said that.
What's wrong? You
never
scared?
said Well, if you die, you're not going to get insurance, so...
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I don't want to go to the chain store and get my sandwich. I'm going to make my little sad sub at home. I'm going to get my little gabagool knife out and smear a little ham on my sandwich because I'm just a pathetic home sandwich-making little bitch.
And that concludes this rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
Yesterday,
What happened?
just before 9:30 a.m.,
Yeah.
the Monroe County Sheriff's Department says shots were fired in the parking lot of the Pittsford Wegmans.
First time ever.
According to authorities, a man was in the lot waiting for his grocery delivery when another vehicle pulled up and fired a shot at the car. So I guess it wasn't shots fired, it was shot fired.
Yes.
Right? That bullet did not hit anyone. Thank God no one was hurt.
It looked like it hit the car, though.
No, please, Cronkite, tell me what went down.
It looked like they
At 11:30 yesterday morning.
Pittsford Wegmans shut down.
You were saying, I'm sorry.
But it looked like the window was knocked out of the car that they were towing out.
Yeah, like smash window.
Yeah.
So the store was placed on lockdown right away for the safety of the patrons. Folks inside the store were stuck in Wegmans until 11 a.m.
That wouldn't be so bad.
What do you
I'm hitting that prepared food. I'm
I
grabbing
mean,
me some sushi and sitting down.
To your point, of all the places to be stuck inside, not the worst.
That's the best.
All right, question. 252 WCMF. Were there people in the store yesterday that are listening right now? Do they let you buy stuff while they're on lockdown?
Well, I guess you could eat the stuff in your car, right? Go and grab some sushi. You gotta
Well, no,
pay
if
for
you
it.
haven't paid for it, you're gonna eat it?
I'll take
I know
it.
people that do that, and it gives me a lot of anxiety.
Samesies.
That's because you're a goddamn criminal.
No, you are a criminal. If you ate it and an hour went by and no one was paying attention,
gonna-
you would walk right out
No,
of that
I
place.
would not.
No, I don't have a history of stealing from grocery stores. But even after they were let out,
Yeah.
the store stayed closed until 1 o'clock, around 1 o'clock, while they were doing an investigation.
Yeah.
And that brings us to the most important part of this story, the detail that everyone wants to know.
What's that?
Tommy,
Yeah.
what did you do yesterday when you weren't allowed in Pittsford Wegmans?
It sucked. It throws your day off, man. Because I'm like pulling in. I go, what?
So you were unaware of what happened?
No, because I was, it just happened at 9:30. It's like 10:15.
Yeah.
I want to go in, and you can't.
Prime Tommy time.
Oh, it is.
Okay, I know how you are. I
Mm-hmm.
know how you are. So they had the entrances blocked by sheriff's department cars right there in the plaza. Did you try and ask what was going on, or did you keep on driving by?
They just waved you. I tried, but no.
Yeah.
They wouldn't tell you anything. And I wasn't the only one doing that.
Well,
I'm
yeah,
sure. I'm sure every car along the way stopped to figure out what was happening.
The town of Pittsford are full of people like you.
Yeah.
What's going on here? Yeah, I live right down the road. I don't know if you need any help. My wife might have hurt. I could pick her up, bring her back. You want to interview her?
Yeah.
She's only a mile and a half away.
There's a bad element coming around.
So people are freaked out.
Yes.
And it's a weird situation to try and break down because folks being scared of a shot fired is totally reasonable.
Yeah.
But it's where it's happening, or where it happened, that's making this such a massive story. Tommy, what do you mean when it's creeping in everywhere now?
It's creeping in.
What does that mean?
The bad element with the guns, and the violence, the disrespect.
Disrespect?
That shot
Yeah.
was heard on the back nine of Oak Hill, bro. Think about that. Guys just trying to hit up at a mid-morning golf club. It's terrible.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Now, the anxiety and the fear, totally reasonable. Totally reasonable. But what makes what happened yesterday even more of a problem?
What's that?
As of now, we have no idea what led up to it.
Right.
They haven't caught
So
the
many
guy.
questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Such a weird incident.
You got it. Like, we don't know why the folks in this car wanted to shoot the person waiting for his groceries.
Have they said anything about the guy that got shot at?
He's okay.
But he ain't saying nothing.
No,
I
they're
don't
doing
think
an
so.
investigation. They might be keeping that quiet on
All right,
purpose.
like he
as
knows
part
him,
of the,
you don't know him.
Maybe, I don't know.
Or she, we don't know.
Yeah, anyway, it could be. Well, it said man. I believe it
okay.
said man in the story, the one that was shot at, or at least the
Right.
car was shot at. But why these folks, one, in the car wanted to shoot at this person waiting for the groceries, and two, why they be willing to do it in the middle of the morning, in broad daylight,
Right,
in a
with
busy,
cameras.
busy parking lot. Tommy, it's the suburb that may have the most cameras
Oh,
per
yeah.
capita of any town in the greater Rochester area. For example, there are more photos of that car online right now than any vehicle for sale on the IDE website, idehonda.com. But
What?
the lack of details in this story allow everyone that was there, everyone who lives in Pittsford,
Yeah.
and everyone who wants to play amateur detective to create their own story.
Start speculating.
You got it. For example, News 10 NBC, called it a drive-by,
Okay.
which I guess by definition, they were driving by when they fired the shot.
Okay.
Some people have decided that it's gang-related. I was reading last night people who were convinced that it was an attempted robbery gone wrong, which would be the worst attempted robbery of all time.
Yes.
What are you going to do, tow the car with a hook?
You also picked the busiest parking lot with the most traffic, probably in the middle of the day.
Yep.
I would just think like if it was a, targeted or like gang related thing, like they maybe would pick a different spot.
They might also be unfamiliar with the Pittsford Wegmans parking lot. It is
Sure,
the
but the
hardest.
second like you get in there, you're like, I'm not gonna get out of here
a
too
maze.
quick.
It's the hardest parking lot to get out of
Yeah.
in the greater Rochester. Fair statement?
Oh, yeah.
Right? There's a troll. You got to answer 3 questions. But, like, in reality, there's nothing that says this wasn't a gun that went off by accident in the worst spot possible. I don't know how likely that is. But that's all we have
That's
is
true.
gun went
Yeah.
off into car in the middle of the day in Pittsburgh.
And we don't even know there's no description of the actual shooter.
No, just the vehicle.
The, male or female.
Don't know. And I guess what I'm getting at with these points here is the fewer details you have,
Oh, yeah.
the more likely your brain is to make this the worst possible situation
Of course.
it can be.
Right.
Which you kind of I don't get you, man.
What's that?
Because you're sitting here going, yeah, man, no, totally.
People are
Yeah,
crazy.
I hear you. And then you're also slaloming back and forth between like, dude, you're bad, man. Yeah, it's
Getting
getting bad.
getting
Creep
bad.
it in. Yeah, it's creeping in.
Town's going down.
You scared to go back to the Pittsford
I'm
Wegmans?
going today, man. I didn't go yesterday.
Okay.
I got to get my fennel sandwich.
How about your wife?
Oh, she's going to go.
So she's not scared of this.
She's going to go. If it was any other place, there'd be an issue. But Wegmans, she's going.
Okay.
If it happens at Wegmans or Marshalls,
Okay, but then,
those are 2 high rotation stores for
Okay,
us.
all right.
We're going.
Okay.
If it's something that's not, and the liquor store. Like if it's those are the 3 that are in weekly rotation for us.
it's really weird. What's weird about this, you guys are not scared to go back to the Pittsford Wegmans, and
Yeah.
you shouldn't be. It's just one shot. I don't know. I've heard in the break room
What's that?
over and over and over again, a reputable source, how dangerous the West Side can be.
It is.
Right? Like busted-ass places full of the criminal element. Nobody is safe.
Everybody's carrying.
I hear you. You know what stories we haven't seen in Greece or Gates or Chile or Hilton?
What?
Shots fired at a grocery store?
There has to have been.
Name it.
I think it's so much they don't even talk about.
Oh, is that what it is? Is it average?
It's so prevalent.
Daily occurrence
Yes.
of Wegmans getting shots fired in Chile, Greece, and Gates, and everything?
So the one thing that kind of, and this is terrible to say, but thank God nobody got hurt. It was kind of pissing me off in the afternoon. We didn't make the national news.
Why would that make the national news?
Bro, every time there's a gun goes off like that in a Wegmans.
It wasn't in a Wegmans. It was
but,
outside
but
of Wegmans.
I'm saying, like, they cover this stuff constantly in the news, like guns going off in areas. Nothing.
Bro, if this was a Wegmans any other part of town, if this wasn't the mothership, this wouldn't have led the news last night.
Oh, yes, it would.
I'm confident in that
a
statement.
gun going off in a Wegmans parking
You
lot.
literally just said there's so many guns going off in West Side parking lots that they don't
Except
even cover
Wegmans.
it. Okay, there you
Well,
go.
maybe a West Side Wegmans. I was pissed off it didn't make the national
It
news.
is amazing to me how, even in this situation, how
dare they.
arrogant you are that, wait a minute, it happened in Pittsford. Why are they not talking about this on the national news? Why is CNN not on the Pittsford
It could have
Wegmans?
affected the stock market.
Shut
The
up.
Dow could have plunged.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Folks are waiting patiently. Do we want to go to the phones here, Kimmy?
I don't know. Everybody has their theories.
Okay, well, and that's what we're talking about here. The shots fired at Pittsford Wegmans. Tommy doesn't get to go to Wegmans. By the way, our social media, Kimmy and I's, blew up right at 10 o'clock.
Everybody wanted to know where Tommy was.
There were three theories.
What's that?
One, Tommy was hurt, which everyone was hoping for,
I've
but
been
he's
hit.
not. Yeah, but no, he's okay. He's good.
Right.
Two, Tommy secretly actually got a gun behind his wife's back,
All right.
and that's what went off.
All right.
Or three, Tommy was melting down on the police officers because they weren't allowing him to get into Wegmans. And I will show you 50 messages
All
of
right.
just those three. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Ricky. Rick, how are you, buddy?
How you doing this morning?
Good, Rick. What do you got?
Yeah. My sister was across the street when that took place. And from what I understand, what she had told me is it was a domestic wife-girlfriend deal, and the wife took a shot at her husband. And they
she
know
heard all
who
that
the
from
shooter
across.
is, and
She heard all that from across the street. I'm in a relationship with this person, and I'm gonna shoot him out the window.
Yeah, that's a good point. How would she know any of that?
No. It didn't. I didn't exactly ask her how she found out the information, but they were looking for the guy's wife last night.
Okay, I understand. I guess, Rick, here's what I'm asking you. And, Rick, you seem like a great guy. I do appreciate the call. I do. I'm just thinking personally, if I was going to call a radio show and say, here's what I heard happen,
Right.
I would have first asked my sister who gave me the information, hey, how'd you hear this information? But that's just me, Rick.
Good point.
That's just me, Ricky. Rick, look, I don't blame you. Again, there's so few details that everyone's mind goes crazy, and you want it to be something. And, Rick, that story that you gave is a very entertaining story.
Yeah, pretty good.
And if you're right, I will apologize to you, Rick, and I appreciate the call. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, there goes Ricky. You know, my sister heard. Where'd you hear it from? I don't know.
I can't imagine, though. Because, I mean, the parking lot had to be full of people.
Oh, yeah.
The game of telephone that has been played since yesterday of people that were there, that saw something, that heard. I'm sure, like, rumors were circulating in the store while it was going on, right? Like, what people were hearing.
Well, you bring up a good point, because it's hard to tell what people who live in Pittsford want this to be.
Yes, also that.
Because when something like this happens in your town, the town you live in, there is a natural knee-jerk instinct to say, this is not what our town is about. It's rare. Our town is, which is absolutely the truth with every town in the greater Rochester area. But those same people also want to take this opportunity to say this is proof that everything is dangerous now, much like you were doing a second ago.
Oh, it's going bad.
Well, you can't even go to the Pittsford Wegmans without bullets flying.
Your head's got to be in a swivel.
So which one is it then? Is Pittsford dangerous? Or is this an outlier? Because it can't be both.
Yeah, true.
Which one is it?
I don't know yet.
No, I'm asking you. You live in that town.
Well, I hope it's an outlier.
What, you think this is the start of like a war, a bullet war in Pittsford?
No, I think it's a one and done.
Okay, so then it's not crime getting everywhere. It's a isolated incident.
But it did show up there.
So did Charlie Tan. So did the Rideout family.
Yeah, but those are different situations.
Yeah, I hear you.
Domestic.
Well, we don't know what the situation is.
Could be domestic.
on. Well, no, I love how you also are not believing Ricky's
He
story
was.
that his sister.
I am surprised.
My
in your
boy Ricky
mind.
was telling me that
I'm
his sister heard might be his old lady.
Where'd you hear it from?
Ricky's sister's old lady.
Oh,
I am surprised your mind. I can't believe Rick beat you to that theory.
Well, I did say it
Knowing
could be a
you
chick.
and the way you feel about those things.
I did drop chick. I said it could be a woman that pulled the trigger. We don't know. But then Rick kind of backed up my theory.
with his sister's theory.
knowledge
Yeah.
from what she heard.
What she heard, which he did not ask where she heard that from. He just
Right.
took it, was like, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
No, because look, I will say this, and I want you to think about this real hard.
All right.
If this is not Pittsford, and this is not what happens here,
Yeah.
then it cannot be dangerous everywhere. And if it is dangerous everywhere, you want to use this as an example of now crime has gotten everywhere. Well, that means Pittsford is dangerous. So if you live in Pittsford,
But it's not dangerous.
but okay, so then this
and
is
you
an
said crime's down.
well, crime is statistically down everywhere.
Well, we're good then.
Okay, so then this is an isolated incident. You can't sit here and be like, crime's coming in everywhere, leaking in everywhere. Got holes, I'm trying to plug them, but it just keeps leaking. Look at it leak.
Well, we did have a couple of bank robberies over there. Remember that?
Yeah, but bank robberies, those are every town gets a
Yeah.
bank robbery, right?
But it's crime, and right on the avenue.
No, but that's the point.
The avenues,
Are
maybe the avenues changed.
Are you bragging about? Well, we get bank robberies too. We get them
Over
too.
here, bank robberies.
Plenty of bank
One
robberies.
of our buddies robbed a bank. Legit in
Yeah, no,
Pittsburgh.
that's true. That's a true story.
That you know somebody who robbed a
I
bank?
introduced him on stage one night.
I've never heard about
Yes.
this, buddy.
Yeah.
I was,
He was the masked comic. Very funny. Just don't heckle him.
252 WCMF. We'll take one more call talking about the shooting in Tommytown yesterday. Pittsford Wegmans, just before 9:30, shot fired, hits a window of a car as far as we know. Someone picking up their groceries. All we have is a car description. We don't have any potential motive. We don't have any potential suspect. The police are mum as to what it could be about.
Yeah.
Nobody was hurt. Store was on lockdown till 11. The store was closed till 1. But the worst part of this story, Tommy didn't get to go to Pittsford
No.
Wegmans yesterday. Ben's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Ben. How are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good to hear from you, buddy.
So my theory is this is the old mob wars coming back, and this was actually the.
Well, they
Don-
sold all their good cars.
Yeah, no, this is
They're down
hired
to
somebody
two-door?
from the outside. So they hired somebody from the outside because the guy that they were trying to hit didn't pay his protection money, and they're sending a message: pay your protection or you get whacked.
Would the mob openly in the middle of the day fire shots
like they'd
in the
be smarter
busiest,
about this.
parking lot in Rochester?
I mean, that would send a stronger message.
It would also lead to you getting caught.
Which they tend to stay away from.
Yeah, you know. Yeah. Did you hear this from Ricky's sister?
Actually, it was Ricky's sister's brother's cousin.
That would be
Like,
Ricky. Okay, Ben, I'm going to let you go, but thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. There goes Ben. Okay.
But we didn't even get a chance to shoot him in the tongue.
I think everyone knew where we were going.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm
Too
saying?
predictable.
All right, I will say this.
What's that?
I have not been interested in a local story in a month
Yeah.
like I am in
Well, it
this
was
one.
shocking.
Yeah, but
Like that place just is shut down, man.
no, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
Depending on what the reason they uncover this happened is, will change everything about the story.
Oh, sure.
Because if this is some kind of gang-related shooting, people are going to say exactly what you've been saying. Everything's changed. Crazy.
Yeah.
If it's what Ricky threw out there, that
Yeah.
this is a domestic incident.
Yeah.
Well, this is just, it happens. These things happen, you know?
Yeah.
It's a mistake. If it's an accidental gun going off, well, then you got a whole bunch of other issues
Sure,
that you're going to have a
everybody's packing.
discussion,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So depending on what they uncover,
All right.
will determine the reputation of the town of Pittsford for the next, 6 months to a year. And will determine what people are yelling at village and town board meetings over the next 3.
Sure.
So
I
buckle
know.
up.
Yeah.
Buckle up.
I mean, come on, man. We're trying to get another major tournament into town.
I hear you.
This could hurt us.
I hear you. Yeah, you don't want,
We're trying to get into PGA Championship.
Let's take a break. If you are a parent of children in school, you need to hear this.
Oh, what's going on now?
Well, look, your kid coming home with these is a nightmare, like a nightmare on top of a nightmare. And I think that all parents and adults assumed when it was uncovered that a kid had this, there was a protocol in place to make sure nobody else got it.
Oh, the cootie shot.
No. This is more old school, buddy.
More old schools than cooties?
Yeah, but it turns out that the protocol is not what you think it is.
No.
And it's so bad that it's been leading to people who work with kids quitting their jobs because they keep getting this over and
They're
over and
walking?
over again. Yes.
Oh, I know what it is.
Do you know what it is?
Yeah.
Ah! We'll tell you what it is next here in the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. If you have kids in school, this is something you're going to want to stop and listen to.
Okay.
Because it seems your kid's risk of picking this up has increased.
Yeesh.
And the protocols you thought were in place to keep it from spreading maybe aren't what you think they are.
I thought we were like rid of this stuff.
No, in fact, quite the opposite, my friend.
It's coming back?
When it shows up in your home, it is a nightmare.
Yes.
They're hard to get rid of, and oh boy, do they love coming back.
Oh, yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:45. It is draft day, baby.
Come on.
Your Buffalo Bills on the clock at 28 tonight, and that's if they stay where they are. And look, there is one thing that we know for sure.
What's that?
Based on all of the experts that have been making predictions these last 7 days, nobody has any idea what the hell's going to happen.
Not a clue.
And we'll get into it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Story on Spectrum News last night. Statewide, there has been an uptick in reports of kids with lice.
Lice!
Lice.
The nastiest. So I had a niece. She got it all the time, my sister's kid.
Okay.
And one of the reasons is she's blonde-headed.
Ah.
So I guess they really like blonde hair
Oh, okay.
for some reason. I guess
thought it
it's
was
different.
like the texture of your hair.
So they're like a bunch of tiny Hugh Hefners.
Yeah, like a little bunnies in your head.
So it is texture. I found this out after I married my wife. Did you know
What's that?
that black folks have a much lower chance of getting lice?
Okay.
I was unaware of this.
Okay.
So this is not something I have to worry about, but that's how much I care about you people. I'm sharing it with everybody
But it
else.
sucked every time she came home because my sister would have to buy that there's like a special shampoo and it stinks.
Well, put a pin in that because that's going to come up later. So the story says what? What are you laughing at?
Nothing. Have you lived your whole life thinking lice like blonde hair?
No, I think that's
No,
I
it
think
says
I know
lice
it.
do not prefer one hair color over another. It has to do with texture.
maybe blonde hair
Well,
is
has
like
a
a
different-
lighter, fairer texture.
I don't know.
Are you a naturally blonde person?
When I was a kid, I had very light, like blonde hair.
You didn't get no lice?
No.
I was probably down by then, though.
No, I remember kids having it.
Ugh.
Yeah, no, that was a big thing
Yeah.
when we were
It
in elementary
skews.
school.
Just
Yeah.
the thought of it skews me. Bugs in your head.
So statewide, the story says the lice uptick is bad. And in this story on Spectrum News, they talked to a school social worker. This woman used to be a teacher in another district, but she had to quit that job because after she got lice the first time, she kept getting lice over and over and over. And she said it became unbearable.
Yeah.
Never ended.
It itches.
She's now terrified of getting it again. She's had like emotional trauma because of all of the times that she got lice and couldn't get rid
Because they
of
lay
it.
eggs in your hair.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Think of
And-
that, man.
And around other places in your house. So even when you get it out of your head,
almost like bed
sheets,
bugs.
all that stuff. So my sister, that they had to throw the sheets out after a while.
you know why, Kimmy? Blonde sheets.
Yes.
Yeah, not good.
Ugh.
And there may be a reason why
Yeah.
folks
Did
who
they
work
fumigate?
folks who work in schools are so likely to keep getting lice. Kimmy, you remember as a kid, they would have those days where the nurse would sit everyone down and check their hair.
Yeah, but it was always because somebody had it.
You got it.
You know what I mean? And I always felt so bad for a kid that had it because it doesn't necessarily mean they were the ones that brought it in.
You're right.
Nasty head.
But it was like you knew because they got sent home, so you knew which kids had it.
Oh, yeah.
So that's what you just brought up, right? You always assume that when a kid was found to have lice, that their parents were called and they told them you have to come pick up this kid and take them home right now. Well, it turns out that's not the case.
What is it?
In the state of New York, kids are not required to be sent home from school if they're found to have lice.
Why not?
So-
You've got an infant station.
Infant station? Is that
Yeah.
like a baby infestation?
Yeah, infant station.
There's an infant station. See that station over there where all the babies are, and there's lice over there too.
You know what I mean, infant station.
So the way it works in New York State, the school calls the parents and they say, hey, can you come pick up your kid? But if the parent declines or cannot, the kid and their lice are sent back into the classroom.
Why wouldn't you at least isolate the kid from the class so everybody doesn't get it?
I don't know. I have
Especially
no
with
idea.
remote learning.
Yeah.
Well,
Can't they have a lice room?
You're going to put a kid in a lice room? You want to traumatize
Talk
that
about
kid?
shame.
Yeah,
Yeah.
seriously.
You want your kid getting lice?
No, I don't. But again, I told you, not something I have to worry about. It
All right,
seems.
yeah.
But this is why, at least according to this former teacher, she kept getting lice over
Ugh.
and over again. She would find a kid in her class that had it. They would send him to the nurse. The nurse would then send the kid back, and she kept getting lice. And now,
My head is itching.
all right. Well, bro, you don't have enough hair to have lice.
I know, but it still itches. Just
Like-
the thought of it.
Your hair
It's
is like,
psychosomatic.
is that next to the infant
Infestation.
infant station? Now, before parents freak out, school districts in New York are allowed to make their own policies. So it's very possible that your kid goes to a school where they will force the kid home if they have lice. But to find out, that's not something that schools have to do. And there are schools that are just following the policy that New York State laid out of you can send the kid back to class. Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like a solution.
Have either of you had lice before?
No.
Nope.
Okay.
But it's been in my family.
But like I said,
It's not cancer. We have a history of lice. If you've never had it, as you two just illustrated, there is an image of the types of people you think get lice.
And
What
it's
is
my
it?
sister.
What is it?
Poor.
Okay.
Poor, unkept, squalor.
And that's not the case, and that's what makes this suck. It is so easy to pick up lice from people who have it, and it is so hard to get rid of. But the second you find out that somebody's kid has lice, you immediately in your head have an image of what goes on.
Scuzzy family.
Yeah, okay, and that's
And it's a terrible thing to say.
the thing you just said.
Scuzzy family.
The thing you said out loud is a terrible thing to say.
Listen, I'm just saying what people are thinking.
But it's not the case.
You're not washing your kid's head.
No, I know there are people.
Does they know how lice get
like where it comes from.
Yeah, how it goes from, and kids get it more than anybody.
The lice jump.
Yeah,
No,
they
but
jump,
but why
'cause
kids get it? Like, because we all go to work, we're all around people, but
Yeah.
for some reason, kids get it at school.
Well, I'm guessing kids are closer than adults are on a normal basis.
Yeah,
So
think
they-
about it.
they
Like
gotta
I
be able to
remember, like
work.
being a kid, and you're all sitting on the floor together. Like you're touching. It's just like you're just constantly surrounded by other people.
You all throw your coats in a pile when you go
Yeah.
to different
Yeah.
places, right? I mean, you're wrestling around with
You
each
think they
other.
could just spray for it, like they do like mosquitoes?
Yeah,
They
but
spray that kid down with chemicals.
Well,
That
like,
sounds like a
yeah.
good idea.
yeah, no, there's nothing in history where they've sprayed down for mosquitoes and something terrible happened to the
No,
people that lived in that community.
Hey, it built a canal system for us.
Okay.
It
They
does.
sprayed those guys down just so they wouldn't get bit by mosquitoes.
Yeah, no, and everything turned out fine on the Erie
Look at that
Canal
canal.
area.
It does also say it's been found that people with longer hair tend to
Girls.
report getting lice. Yeah, it was always
Hippies.
girls that had it.
Girls and hippies.
Girls and hippies.
I don't remember.
Hippies got lice and they got crabs because they don't wash and they have long hair.
What the hell are you talking about,
So they
man?
didn't cut their hair. You're laying around listening to music on the floor all day.
I don't remember ever any little boys having it in class. It was always like little girls
Yeah,
that would
long
have
hair,
to get sent
blonde
home.
little girls.
And what makes it even creepier is you can see the lice
Yeah.
like in somebody's head. You can
Yeah.
physically see
They're
the bugs.
pretty good size.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Story on Spectrum News this week says there is an uptick statewide in lice in kids in schools. And they talked to a woman who now works as a social worker. She worked as a teacher and she quit because she kept getting lice over and over again. And the reason that is because the state of New York has a policy in schools. If a kid has lice, they send them to a nurse. They call the parents, say, hey, your kid has lice. You can come pick them up. If the parent says no or can't pick them up, they send the kid back to classrooms. Different districts have different policies, but that's the statewide policy, and folks in the know seem to believe that's why lice keeps ticking up. That and the fact that we haven't, after COVID,
Yeah.
everyone got back together again for
Sure.
the first time, and boom. So the story on Spectrum talks to a clinic called Naughty Knits, and it's a clinic specifically to treat lice.
Really?
Yes. Apparently, they have locations across New York State.
Oh.
Did you guys hear about this?
So
Naughty Knits?
so you go to this place?
Yes, just to treat lice.
So they wash your hair and give you stuff to treat it?
Now, I don't know what they do, but this place says the stuff you buy over the counter is not as effective as you think, and that's why people keep getting lice over and over
Okay.
again. Not to mention, there could still be eggs and live bugs that got out of your hair and
Yeah.
are living in your house, so you can even pick it back up in your house again. So once you get it, unless you treat it right, much like a lady, and get lucky at the same time,
Yes.
you could be in for a world
Yeah.
of hurt.
And the whole family's going to be miserable.
Like, could you imagine having to call into your job with lice?
No.
Would you?
That would suck.
Would you?
No.
Why?
You would come in with lice?
No, I would lie why I'm
Say,
not
like, your
coming in.
kid's
Okay.
sick or
I just wouldn't
something.
say it's lice.
No, but I mean, I don't know
It's
how
like
long.
head crabs.
How long would you be out if you had lice? Like, what's the time?
A week?
Well, I know it takes, to your point, like the over-the-counter stuff. I remember kids had to buy it, and it took like a couple washes worth to get the lice out. So I would say you're out at least a few days.
Does your head itch when you have it?
Yeah.
You itch, right?
Yeah.
Like the bugs
I
are
would
you
think
can
I'm
feel
starting
would
to start
assume-
thinking about it.
Okay, yeah, but you're very susceptible to
Well, think about bugs and eggs in your hair.
Yeah.
That would make you
I always
itch.
thought like that's kind of how you knew your kid had it when you started seeing them itch
Yeah.
their head. Yeah.
You know, it's hard to know socially what the right thing to do with that kid who has lice is. Because we all remember, like you said, what happened to the kid who had lice in school. That kid was brutalized. Brutalized.
Yeah, but I'm guessing times have changed. You can't
Yeah,
do it
no,
to a
I
child.
hear you, man. Kids these days, if they find out their friend has bugs in their hair, they're not going to say anything about it.
I thought
Even if
kids
they-
are being better now.
But even if they don't say anything, I feel like taking in that information as a child, you'd think, ew.
Yeah, and it wasn't just the kids, by the way. Parents would keep their kids away from that kids for weeks at a time.
They don't want to deal.
And they would say things about their parents behind their backs, right? So you don't want the other kids to know, hey, that's a lice kid. But keeping them in school could give lice to everyone else.
Seems like you got to isolate the kid.
But then again, we just find out that sending them home and isolating them may not help because you can keep picking up the lice in your house if you don't take care of it the right way.
Well, yeah. I mean, you got to deal with it.
But how many people know the right way to handle it?
I mean, with Google, man, you just literally found stuff out right now.
Well, I only got it from a story on Spectrum.
But I mean, you could Google this and find out.
You could,
It
but
ain't like my parents' day.
okay, but I think people also think I just buy the shampoo and I'm fine.
Hey, give it a shot.
Oh,
Hey,
man.
if it's that old shampoo, it reeks. And I remember it was like black like tar. And it was just nasty.
Calm down. What do you want, lice? Or you're going to have to deal with tar head if you don't want
My
lice.
sister's miserable life, man. She couldn't get a break.
252 WCMF. We got folks waiting on hold. Is it Daryl or Darrell?
Darrell.
Darrell, you're on CMF, buddy. How's it going? Darrell, you there?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I didn't hear my name.
No, you're good. Go ahead, man.
Everyone thinks that lice, body lice and bed bugs are all a cleanliness thing, but they're not. And I was in the Navy in 2001, and half the ship got crabs because of one dude.
Wait. Back up.
Crabs?
Crabs?
Yeah, crabs.
So his crabs got
Body
off
lice.
his pubes and then, like, climbed around in the bunks, and then you guys jumping in the bunks got those pube crabs.
I wish it was that simple, but it wasn't.
Oh.
He gave it to half the ship by washing his clothes. Those things can survive the washing machine. So when everyone else went behind him and put their clothes in the washing machine, it took a few weeks, but between the process of everyone doing it,
And you're on a ship.
everyone who used that washing machine got crabs. And I was on an aircraft carrier.
So that's 5,000 guys.
Yeah.
Also known as your fantasy, Tommy.
With a full squadron, that's about 5,000, yeah.
Oh, my God. So that's 2,500 guys that got crabs from one dude. Good luck explaining that to your girlfriend back home.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, girls, officers, everybody.
Oh, you're talking about
Anyone who
Officer
used
Krabs.
that laundry-
Oh, my God. Darrell, bro. And it's all because that guy walked off the ship in some port of call. By the way, Darrell, I thought every guy in the Navy shaved his pubes. What the hell's going on with that?
Well, funny enough, Brazilians are so common now that they've almost eliminated body lice.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. So,
But this is 2001.
bro, dudes were shaving their pubes.
2001, I was 18. I wasn't shaving my pubes.
Okay, first of all, Darrell.
And I don't know if you get it just from sex, lice.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
crabs.
you don't.
Yeah, like Greco-Roman wrestling. You can also get it that way.
Yeah. Or riding a tractor for too long.
Darrell, I thought you guys in the Navy had to shave your pubes to be more aerodynamic in the water.
What? We own ships. We're not in the water.
Well, so you might end up in
But
the
you
water.
think every Navy guy knows how to swim?
I think you have to know how to swim
No,
in the
you
Navy.
don't,
You're
bro.
Darrell?
Yes, you have to pass the swim qualification.
But Joe, it isn't like it's like you're a Navy SEAL.
Did you just
They
say?
just throw you in a pool and you paddle. All right, get on the
Did you
goddamn
just say
ship.
you didn't think people who worked on a ship in the middle of the ocean didn't have to know how to swim?
Barely. It's
You
not-
idiot. No, you hear that new firefighter policy they
What's
got?
that?
It's called know how to fight fire? Don't matter. Come on in. Idiot.
But they're not
That's
swimming in.
volunteer firefighters, though.
But they're not swimming up to the enemy.
Darrell, sorry about your crabs, buddy. I appreciate the call.
But thank you for your service.
Yes.
You and
No
your
doubt.
pubes.
Here goes
I
Darrell.
salute your pubes.
Oh, I would be out of my mind.
Oh my God! But how about you're stuck on a ship where it just keeps going around?
Yeah, there's no escaping it.
5,000 guys on a ship, and half of them got infected.
Bro, if they told me we're going to put you on an aircraft carrier and give you all the crabs you want, I would not think that's what they meant.
Yeah, sure.
We'll take one more call, 252-WCMF, talking about this uptick in crabs and kids in schools across the state of New York and how the state policy for schools is you call the parents and tell them you can come pick them up, but if the parents don't want to, they go back to school. Valerie's got the last word on CMF. We were talking about all the treatments people use.
Yeah.
Valerie, what happened with you?
Well, actually, it was my sister. Well, I had it twice when I was a kid, too, but I got it from kids at school.
Okay.
And they were boys, Kimmy.
Oh.
Yeah,
look at
Kitty.
that.
Yeah,
Look at that.
Kitty.
Yeah, it was 2 boys I sat between, and I got it because they both had it. But anyway, and they were both kind of, like, not very clean people. But anyway, my sister got it at camp. And my mom was sitting on the steps with her, and she saw something shiny in her hair, and she's like, "What the?" Because the eggs are shiny. And she said, "Oh my God, what is this?" And she's looking, and she sees all these bugs, and she's like, she's like, And there's 6 of us in the house, 6 kids, or whatever. So she's like, "Oh my God, what do I do?" So she called her parents, and first they said, "Go get the Rid at the store." Well, I think it was called Rid at the time.
It was.
That only really just killed the bugs. It never killed the eggs. So you constantly were hatching eggs, which is gross. So she called my grandparents or her parents, and my grandfather said, "Well, they had it all the time back in the 1900s."
Yeah,
so
use turpentine. That's what we used to use.
Well, kerosene.
Kerosene? That's freaking jet fuel.
Yes, kerosene. And
I was doing a joke, man.
It worked.
Wait. Valerie,
Grandpa kerosene?
when you say use kerosene, how did he use kerosene?
You washed your hair with it.
It's
Oh my
fuel.
gosh.
Yeah, I know what
But
kerosene
it smells like a jet when a jet's taken off.
Okay, so Valerie.
Actually, it didn't smell really that bad, but
Where
she
you
went
live by
to the
the
gas
airport.
station and got a thing of it, brought it home, washed your hair. It killed them instantly.
Yeah,
and they were
probably
gone,
gave her all kind of stuff.
No. Valerie's sister is now the prettiest bald woman in Rochester.
I can't
Right?
imagine what kerosene on your scalp does.
Oh my!
It worked.
Wow.
It worked,
Wow.
but nothing else would work.
Well, you know what? I just
now,
Googled it. You know what else works? Napalm.
Okay, but I think the stuff they make now is a little bit more effective than what it was back in the 1970s.
I hope so.
All right. So Valerie's tip of the day: don't use kerosene
No.
to get rid of lice. Do not listen to
And
this.
don't
woman.
smoke when
if
you're
my
doing
son,
it.
If my son came home with it or my grandchildren, I would definitely use the kerosene.
No,
I
don't
would-
say that, Valerie. I'm going to let you go. Thank you for the call. Have a good rest. Do not listen to that woman.
Yeah.
And I was joking. Don't use napalm to get rid
Yeah.
of lice either. That was a joke. Do not do that. Let's take a break.
All right.
I'm done with the phones on this call.
Don't ask Grandpa for health advice.
Okay.
That's a great call, Kimmy. Tonight, 3 networks at the same
Oh,
time.
boy.
Your Buffalo Bills are on the clock at 28, and Tommy says it's receiver or bust.
Yeah.
But Tommy, as much of a football expert as he is not in line with the other experts.
Oh.
In fact, the other experts are not in line with each other because if there was one thing we know for sure tonight, it's that nobody has any idea what General Manager Brandon Beane and the Buffalo Bills are going to do.
Okay.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Tonight, dreams get made and franchises get forged, buddy. And this is the most anticipated draft for Bills fans, I think you can argue, since we drafted Josh Allen.
Okay.
Because the Bills have a massive hole in their offense. And you are convinced it is this or bust tonight.
It is.
But the only thing we know about what the Bills are going to do this evening is that people in the know, all of them, have no idea.
Okay. You're
hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. If you want to watch the draft,
watch it
with a super cool, bearded, handsome guy.
Wow.
I'm going to be hanging out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chi-Li for the draft tonight. I'll be there from 7 to 9. They got a dozen wings for $12, $3 Jenny Light pints. The Tap Room at Bill Gray's will also have prizes to give away this evening.
They got good stuff.
That's right. And we can talk draft. A couple of bros just drafting it out, buddy.
Yeah. With Pat the Party Machine.
That's right. Hey, man, if there's one thing I know, it's draft. Come hang out with me tonight for the NFL Draft, 7 and 9 at the Tap Room at Bill Gray's in Chi-Li with your friends on CMF. You know, I said if there's one thing I know, it's draft. I actually don't know anything about what the Bills are going to do, and nobody else does either. Because Kimmy last night is collecting a bunch of different stories as to what experts believe the Bills will be doing tonight. And of the 30 reports that we have, not a single one has the Bills doing the same thing as another one.
So they're all over the place.
All 30.
Over the place.
All 30 are different things that the Bills will do tonight.
Nobody can agree on the position they're aiming to take. Nobody can agree on when they'll pick. Nobody can agree on if they'll pick. So it's all over the place. Nobody has any idea what Brandon Beane's thinking.
So to Kimmy's point, some of these experts have the Bills trading into the top 10 to get one of the big 3 receivers we talked about yesterday.
Which seems like the obvious thing to do.
No,
to me.
I don't think there is an obvious thing to do.
But I'm thinking like this is the thing you need the most. And you said this draft is full of wide receivers.
Which is why you
Good
don't.
guys.
Which is why you don't go up. Which is why you wait.
Well,
and
don't
let
you want
them
the
fall.
best? You got one of the best elite quarterbacks in this league, correct?
Yeah.
Who's amazing.
Sure.
And you need like the best guy out there to catch the goddamn ball.
No, there's
Makes sense to me.
There's an argument to be made that your elite quarterback makes all the wide receivers around him elite, so you don't need to go get that guy. I would like to read you some information I have right now because I know you are trade up in the top 10, trade next year's first round pick.
Get that Ferrari of a pick.
Because you'll be losing 4 draft picks, 4 potential players.
Had those guys end up washing out.
No, we're talking 1s and 2s and 3s.
Well, they hit the bricks too sometimes.
Okay. Right now, the 10 highest paid wide receivers in the NFL, average per year, of those 10, only one of them, Calvin Ridley, was taken in the first round, and he was taken with pick 26, 2 picks ahead of where the Bills picked tonight.
All right.
Tyreek Hill, 5th round pick. Devontae Adams, 2nd. Cooper Kupp, 3rd. Look, Stephon Diggs was a 5th round pick. Michael Pittman was a 2nd round pick. Deebo Samuel was a 2nd round pick. Like, the bust rate on wide receivers in the first round is massive. It's the biggest of any position in the NFL.
So you're telling me they may not do squat tonight.
Okay, so some have the Bills going up in the top 10 to get their receiver.
Right.
Some have the Bills trading up into the top 20 to get a D tackle or an offensive lineman because they need a center, and both one of your tackles is a free agent next year. Some have the Bills standing pat at 28, but even there are 3 different experts that have them taking 3 different positions, wide receiver, 3 different players, and one has them taking a safety out of Iowa. Is it Cooper DeJean? Is that his name?
I did not see that one.
Lil Mustard.
Kid's got some pipes. And then 2 of the experts predicted the Bills trade out of the first round
Right,
entirely.
completely.
So you don't see nothing.
You got it, and you would pick up an extra 2nd and a 3rd for this draft later.
For Friday night.
Yeah, Friday. Yeah, that's when the 2nd and 3rd round is. It's complete chaos. It's complete chaos.
All right.
Kimmy, I've never seen a draft like this for the Bills where nobody has any idea what they're going to do.
Not a clue. I think because so far the offseason's been kind of crazy with the Bills, letting go some of those guys that have been with the team for a long time. So I think there's a disagreement on what's the most important thing that the Bills need, and that's what leads to all the confusion about the draft.
Yeah, you're right, because there's an argument to be made that the center is the most important position to fill this offseason, right? Like Mitch Morse, who the Bills let go, he signed with Jacksonville. That relationship between a quarterback and center is very important. You got to keep Josh upright.
All right.
Even Josh said when they asked him the most important thing about a center-quarterback relationship, he said, not to sound weird, and he said this, the feel of my hands.
Between his legs.
Yeah. The gentle touch of Josh Allen. The touch, the feel of Allen.
The fabric of your life.
The hand between your taint. And look, safety has also been a very important position for Sean McDermott with his defense. His entire time in Buffalo, he's had two of the best safeties in the league. Right now, you have one potential starter on your roster, and the rest of the guys are backups.
Yeah, and is there an argument to be made? Like right now, I think they have 10 picks. Is it more so let's just get as many as we can and see who works out at this point? Or is it worth it to go up, give away some of those potential picks working out and get a guy who maybe is a little bit more likely to succeed?
So there's a great article that I read in The Athletic last week. And I
love that, Ray.
The Athletic's amazing.
It is. Everybody reads it.
Oh, I mean, the cool guys do.
Oh, yeah.
But I told you about it in a commercial break last week. A guy, he was a former Marine. He started working in statistics and analytics, and he came up with a theory. In fact, it was what he got his PhD in. It was his thesis. That NFL teams who draft, the smartest thing to do in a draft is to always trade down to collect more picks.
So to wait.
Yes, because NFL general managers overestimate how good they are at picking talented players.
Because they're egotistical.
You got it. In fact, he made the argument the worst pick you could have is the number 1 overall pick in the draft.
Oh.
So, NFL teams read this.
Which kind of tells you, man, what are you paying these dudes to do?
And that's his argument. His argument is it's not about how people see talent. It's about as many darts you have to throw at the board.
All right.
So, NFL teams started reading this, and he was hired by multiple different NFL teams throughout his career. And he said every single time he would go in, he would present all of his information.
Yeah.
The teams would go, wow, that's interesting. That's a good idea. And then they would get to draft night, and they would do exactly what they had always done. They would fail, and then they would fire him. And he said this happened at 4 different franchises, and he ended up working overseas for soccer teams.
Look how good soccer's going now.
Well, but they were listening to him. And I guess the point I'm getting at is if your argument is to go up and get a wide receiver, I understand it. It could work.
All right.
But historically, according to this man, who's got a PhD, the smart thing to do is get out of the first round.
But it kind of blows up the whole draft concept of the worst team gets the best player to improve their franchise.
Which is
so
why.
So the whole thing is a farce.
But you're right because
but it makes sense because some of those, teams that have been at the bottom for a while. How often does that guy how often is it a franchise-changing move?
I mean, the Bears...
Quarterback, I guess you could make that argument, but even still, what's the percentage of those guys that work out?
And, Kimmy, if you talk about teams that are picking in the top 10 of the draft, I mean, the Bears have been picking 4 years. The Bills picked in the top 15
forever.
for, 17 years, right? Bust. The Cleveland Browns, the history of bust that they have and continuing to pick in the top, however, right? Like, I mean... What he's saying makes sense. So, based on that...
Watch tomorrow night.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I'll be honest with you. I will be livid if I stay up because we told you yesterday
and that's the problem.
This pick traditionally has been made between 11:15 p.m. and 11:45 p.m.
Damn, man.
So
Come on.
You could be up till midnight. And then once he gets...
Staring at dark-ass Detroit.
No, it's gonna be
Can they find a drearier place to hold this thing? Outside Detroit.
When is the last time you were in Detroit?
I don't go there no more. I've been in Detroit.
When's the last time?
In the early 90s.
So
that's when Detroit was real.
Barry Sanders walking around. Cecil Fielder high-fiving people.
But the weather's going to suck.
I don't know.
Detroit's great.
Nice.
I love Detroit. It's one of my favorite cities in America.
Detroit's great if you stay right downtown.
Which is where it's going to be.
Don't go anywhere else.
By the way, you haven't... no. Yeah, maybe, because I didn't want to...
Bro.
I didn't want to go to Hitsville because the cab driver was like, yeah, it's pretty scary over there.
Yeah, and it used to be nice over there.
Oh, shut yeah, in the 50s, when people knew what they were doing. Are you going to watch any of it tonight?
I'll watch the beginning of it.
Do you even know who's supposed to be the first overall pick?
It's not Chicago, is it?
No, who's the kid? I'm saying it is Chicago, you dumbass. Yes, Chicago has the first overall.
Kid from California, USC kid.
What's his name?
Quarterback.
What's his name?
Jerry... Nucitelli. I don't know.
Jerry Nucitelli.
Is there a Jerry under the age of 40 at this point?
Who is it?
But fun fact, Caleb Williams, quarterback.
What's his name?
Caleb Williams will be the first overall pick tonight. There are a ton of former NFL players' kids in this draft. Jerry Rice's son He's in this draft.
Get that kid.
He's being projected a 4th to 6th round pick. We told you Marvin Harrison's son. He's going to be, it looks like the first receiver taken off the board.
Right.
Ed McCaffrey, you remember him? Another one of his kids is in this draft.
Wow.
His son Christian already plays. Yep. He said this will be his 3rd son who plays in the NFL.
It amazes me when there are just families full of
it's the genes, man.
of
Powerful
freaking
sperm, baby.
professional athletes.
Like, I know that Archie Manning has made a fortune off of his 2 sons.
Oh my God!
But you do have to wonder now, like if he opened up his own sperm bank, he may make more money than his sons made as NFL quarterbacks.
Old man. Yeah, but he's too old now. He passed him by.
Tell that to Tony Randall.
Kimmy has no idea what you were talking
I don't get
You
the
got it, though.
relate.
You got that guy. He was like an actor. He was in Some Like It Hot, right?
Well, he was in The Odd Couple.
Yeah. Okay.
Some like it hot.
Was he not?
Now it's Jack Lemmon.
Well, Tony Randall was in that.
No.
I want to keep having this conversation.
Walter Matthau.
Nobody has any idea what we're talking about. No, you said The Odd Couple. Anyway, Kimmy, he had kids into like his 80s.
Ah, okay. Gotcha.
But it's pretty rare.
That's all you had to say.
Well, no, as long as you keep firing them off, man, you can keep having kids. You just got to
Yeah,
find the
that's
right
true.
place to put it.
Yeah.
Look at Mick. He just knocked up a 37-year-old
yeah.
ballerina.
Yeah. Hey, you're right. Okay.
Who makes more money at opening up their own sperm bank, Mick Jagger or
Oh, Mick.
Archie Manning.
Archie Manning?
I think you're going to go with an absolute rock and roll star.
No, but he doesn't have-
Archie Manning was never a star even in that league.
But Archie Manning has a track record of success with his children.
Oh,
where
he's got
Mick Jagger does
grandkid.
not. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah. His,
It's continuing on.
There's a grandkid?
yes, his kid is at Texas right now.
Yeah.
Which one?
Arch Manning. It's Cooper's son.
Yeah.
Oh, no kidding.
Eli and
So
Peyton's
Cooper's the one that
nephew.
don't play nothing.
Yeah, he's the one that had that degenerative
But he's funny.
back issue. He's very funny.
Yeah.
The funniest of the Mannings. So you get sense of humor and dynamite
All
football
right,
skills
okay.
coming out of that
Oh.
Archie Manning batch.
Yeah.
I'm already writing the commercial. Archie Manning batch. Well, all right. With that being said, the ideal situation for any parent is your kid grows up, is such a good athlete that he gets a scholarship to a big-time Division I school.
Well, yeah, that'd be unbelievable.
Well, there's a kid from our area who is now in a premier position at one of the most iconic colleges in America.
You're going to see him on TV.
Oh, every day, every
Yeah.
weekend, Kimmy, every weekend.
Really? Right now?
Yes. Getting this gig that he got is a gauntlet of auditions that 1,000 kids try out for every year.
You said that weird.
What?
Gig.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's not an athlete, but he will be on the field.
But it's a gig.
It's time to
Pretty
play.
good gig. If it's the same at this school as it is at other schools, this is like a very competitive role
Come
to
on. What
to
kind of
have.
goddamn gig is some college kid getting?
We have not played this game in a long time.
All right.
But with this local boy done good, we're going to figure out if Tommy's impressed.
Okay.
And we'll do it next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. It's the most well-known thing of one of the most iconic universities in the United States.
Oh.
Auditions for this are brutal.
Yeah.
And getting it means you're on international television every single week all
International?
fall. International television.
Who's watching international?
Well, guess what?
What?
One local kid is going to be in that role this year.
Wow.
And it's time to once again play a favorite break room game of ours. Is this something Tommy will tip his cap to?
Okay.
You hanging out in the break room? Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. It's time to play everyone's favorite break room game. Is Tommy impressed? Riley Cantina. Did I say that right, Kimmy?
Yes, I believe so.
Riley Cantina. He is a Rochester native, a graduate of Greece Athena.
Okay.
And after he graduated from Athena, he made his way to South Bend, Indiana, to attend the University of Notre Dame.
Wait, he's playing football over there?
No, he's not. He's not.
Well,
Look,
they got a pretty good basketball program.
Doesn't
too.
play basketball. No. And by the way, just getting into Notre Dame is a hell of an accomplishment.
Oh, sure. You got to be Irish.
But
That's smart. Good luck there.
But Riley, he doesn't settle for just the minimum of getting into Notre Dame and getting a degree.
Okay.
Because this fall, he's going to be all over your television.
But how's he going to be on TV if he's not playing football?
Rochester native Riley Cantina has been named the Notre Dame Leprechaun for the 2024 season. When you turn on NBC to watch the Irish this fall, it'll be Riley leading them out of the tunnel. It'll be Riley standing in the end zone all game. Riley will be the face of the University of Notre Dame all year long. Tommy Muley, local kid, most iconic college mascot in America, is Tommy impressed.
I mean,
You serious right now?
Come on, man.
Come on, what?
It is the mascot of mascots.
It's like high-end Halloween.
Name me a more iconic mascot in college sports history.
Because we were trying to do this yesterday.
We couldn't come up with one.
Well, you got the Seminoles and the
Yeah,
horse.
I don't know if I want to audition for that job right now.
And what about the Sooners when they come out in the covered wagon?
Yeah, but that's not like a single mascot.
Yeah,
that's
like-
No, but
just
you
a
gotta know
wagon
roping and
with
riding.
horses.
It does go wrong sometimes.
Yes.
You see
It
those
goes
videos.
horribly
I don't think I
wrong.
want.
A
I don't
lot.
think I want anything that I have to deal with an animal. Like I think I'm out on that.
Oh yeah, the iconic bulldog. No, it's listen.
Yeah, I don't think Riley's getting the bulldog job.
It's yeah, I would say it is probably yeah, all right.
What does that even mean?
Yeah,
Are you
right.
impressed? It's a yes or no question.
I mean, I don't know because like if you told somebody, hey, my kid goes to Notre Dame and he's the mascot,
The leprechaun, yeah.
the leprechaun, the first thing they're going to ask is, well, does he ever get to meet so and so, like the coach
Okay.
or the quarterback?
See, I disagree. If I found out one of my buddy's kids was playing football at Notre Dame, I'd go, hey, did you get to meet the mascot? Did you get to meet the leprechaun?
Yeah, is that what it is? No, it works the other way. Like,
Yeah, but even still, you get to be close to that.
yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, either
hey,
way, like you are involved in one of the most iconic football programs in America.
But the only way anybody ever pays any attention to somebody like that is something goes wrong on the field.
Oh, I disagree.
To your
No.
point,
I disagree.
that covered wagon goes out there a lot. The only time you look at it is when it tips over and coeds go spilling all over the field.
And it's
man.
weird that the wagon's full of co-eds. I think it's different with Notre Dame. I think that mascot is so tied to that school and such I mean, it's past the logo of the school. I mean, it's like an Irish heritage, like Lucky Charm. I mean, and here's what you need to understand. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. When they audition the Leprechaun at Notre Dame, there are several rounds of auditions. Like 1,000 kids show up
Highly
for it.
competitive process.
It's a highly Confederate process, even though it's above the Mason-Dixon.
Okay.
Highly competitive process to get into one of these roles at any school.
And you have to be a superb athlete yourself to get that gig.
You got to run out in the field.
No,
do,
I
like,
think they do
push-ups
like
and stuff.
push-ups, backflips, things like that. It's super impressive that this local kid was able to lock down that
But
gig.
he's the only guy, huh?
He's the leprechaun.
Wow.
And Kimmy,
Yeah.
being in this position as the leprechaun at Notre Dame would have to escalate your status on campus, right?
Well, you
well,
can get
that what?
Could you get laid as a leprechaun?
Well, the thing is,
The old leprechaun lay? One of Dan Devine's most popular goal line packages, the leprechaun lay.
I think you also, because I remember this was similar at West Virginia with the Mountaineer. Like it was like auditions, then like I can't remember if it was voted on or what. But
that
there
guy
were-
always got laid.
But
Well, because he had a musket.
And he had a lot of cousins.
but
See this cap? Made out of my cousin's pubic hair.
That's country life, boy.
But they also had it also came with free tuition. So like
Wait, that was a scholarship?
that was a scholarship role, and I would assume at a place like Notre Dame, it's the same deal.
Holy crap!
Yeah, like
do you know how expensive
that's
Notre
why
Dame
like
is?
it's like everybody wanted to do it because you get to attend all the games,
All right,
which
so-
I'm sure can be you don't always want to, but you're getting your school paid for, so it's worth it.
All right, I got a question.
Sure.
You go out for your first job outside of Indiana.
Yeah.
You come back. Let's say he comes back here. Maybe he goes down to New York City.
Okay.
And he's filling out his resume, putting out his little thing, right? Do you put that on there? Would people be impressed?
Yes,
question.
I think
not
so.
Notre Dame fans, just regular Joe
No.
guy.
Yeah.
I would be impressed. I'm not a Notre Dame fan, but if
But
like
you're a
you
sports fan, though.
okay, but I would think
Of
so
me.
you're saying like to the average person.
I'm just a guy. Maybe I'm a woman of a company, and you come walking in there, and you slap down your resume, and it goes, and I see, oh, you went to Notre Dame. Yeah, it was the leprechaun.
Why is his voice like that?
Because he's a leprechaun.
Leprechauns don't
By the
talk
way,
like
you
that.
would have been a perfect candidate for this role.
No, the leprechaun didn't have giant breasts. With all due respect, obviously. No, I think it's
Oh,
such
we had a wee wreck.
I think it's such a unique
All right.
position that puts you in so many weird situations that would have great stories. Yes, you're absolutely putting that on a
Okay.
resume. And you got that job over 1,000 other kids that auditioned. Could you Google if the leprechaun gets free room or gets a scholarship? 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Rochester native Riley Cantina. He is a Greece Athena graduate. He is studying at the University of Notre Dame, and he was just named the leprechaun for 2024. He is their mascot. And what makes this great, too, Tom?
Yeah.
When you're a live mascot,
Yeah.
as opposed to a costume mascot, because like Georgia has Ugga the Bulldog,
Yeah, there's a few animals out there.
but they also have
the
like
longhorns.
But they also have like
Yeah,
the
but they're in a
mascotted like head.
costume.
Yeah.
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 Like if you're not in a costume where your face is covered, it's an even bigger deal.
All right, so you're like the face of the school.
And like, Tommy, if you can't be an athlete at a D1 school, Kimmy, this is a very close second, right?
Well, just think about if your school's ever in a big game or like you
Yeah.
know they have a really good year, like you get to say you were on the field for all of it. Like you get to witness those big moments firsthand.
You're traveling to away games. You're going to bowl
Yeah.
games.
Are they playing a game in Ireland this year? Because sometimes they go overseas, right?
I don't know if they're doing it this year, but I think they
They
are.
go to Dublin sometimes.
Yeah, because my dad is always. We're not even Notre Dame fans. Let's go to Dublin and see the
You
Irish.
guys should, man. A father-son booze trip.
Yeah, me and my dad in
You you boys used to tear it up. Miami was never the same when the Duffy boys got a hold of it.
No, it was not. No.
So let me ask you this. So let's say you're mascot. You're a mascot boy.
Okay.
And
Why do you have to say it like that?
No, mascot
No,
boy.
mascot boy. It sounds condescending. I'm just saying the kid earned this.
No. I'm not saying it condescendingly.
No.
You're a boy and you're a mascot. You're a mascot boy. And you got to be in front of 80,000 people, 100,000 people, and all that stuff, and you have your 1 year run. But that's about as good as it's ever going to get for you in life.
Wait,
Like you got, is it depressing later in life? Because you could always say, football players, they look like football players. They'd always be like big, massive
I have
men.
no idea where you're going with this.
let him go. Let the man cook.
I'm just saying, like 10 years from now, like, do you look back and go, wow, that was like I'm
But
kind
you
of depressed.
still got such a big experience compared to most kids in
I understand
college.
that. But there's like got to be a drop off.
Wait, are
Because
you
next
saying-
year, there's going to be another guy in that costume.
Maybe,
Okay.
yeah, probably. I don't
Well,
know.
yes, there's
I
going
don't
to be
know-
another mascot.
No, I don't know is this something you stay the mascot until you graduate?
You could
I
be
have
a
no
senior,
idea.
I don't know what-
I
I
have
don't
no
Well, you
idea.
said for this year.
It says 420. No, it's a valid point. It's a valid question. So your argument is
So if I get to be like, greatest quarterback in Notre Dame history would have to be
Joe Montana,
Joe
maybe? I don't know. We
All
could
right.
have an argument about that, but we'll go with Montana.
But he's Montana.
Yeah.
Next year, but there may not be a great guy. I mean, that mascot is you're just a costume coming through.
I would like to point out two things.
I-
Yes, of course, there's a difference between being the mascot and the greatest quarterback in Notre Dame
I would
history.
just think
you
there'd be an
always do
emotional
this.
drop.
No, you always do this. Oh, yeah, you're a mascot. You aren't a legend at the greatest football college, arguably in America. Second, are you making the
I mean,
argument?
Montana put that university on the map.
Yeah, no one ever heard of Notre Dame before that. Four Horsemen? What? Where? You're also making an argument that as a kid, you should never strive for anything because if you accomplish it, the rest of your life's going to suck.
There's going to be a drop off.
Do you hear
Well, there's never going to
yourself?
be another time when 80,000 people are like screaming and like to your point, going crazy.
Yeah, but why would you not want that at least once?
Yeah.
I think because you get addicted to the fame.
By the way, you can also
The
make
women.
Addicted to the fame.
First you get the costume, then you do the backflip, then you get the Irish women.
You can make that argument about every athlete minus like 5 that goes through Notre Dame every year.
No, but like those athletes can always like show up and be the guy.
When?
That's not
They
necessarily
go to
true.
book signings and they bring guys back. Like they'll bring the whole team back.
Bro.
They never bring back the mascot.
Okay, you don't. They may
Now the
have,
greatest year
Actually, they
mascots
do.
ever. Let's bring it back 1973.
No, they do actually bring back mascots. Like they'll bring back for like a halftime ceremony or something.
Wait, they bring back the guy?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they'll do that.
I don't know. I'm going with her. I'm going to say yeah.
I never seen nothing like that.
Well, obviously,
they brought
why
that
would
hillbilly
you,
guy back
why
at your
would
university.
you see something
Jed?
like that? When was the last college?
Let's all rise for Jed. Woo, Jed!
How would you know? When was the last college football game or any game, not even football related, that you've been to?
I've been to Syracuse and Kentucky.
How long ago?
Long time ago. Back when it was a game.
Adolph Rupp was still coaching in Kentucky.
They weren't
that's all.
paying the guys to play. They did it for the love of the game.
Shut up. Yes, they were, especially Kentucky. The argument you made about the drop-off, you can make about, because you go, they come back and sign books. Like Johnny Manziel does, Vince Young does, the tight end that gets like 5 packages a game, nobody knows that kid's name.
Right.
When he graduates, he's gone forever. He's going to go into like financial management somewhere. And you wouldn't believe him when he gets fat that he played at Notre Dame anyway.
All right.
Right?
Okay.
Look, you're such a dick, man.
Well, I'd like you to ask me. I give you my opinion on a dick.
Well, no, because you don't have any. Like, Kimmy's trying to explain to you how this works. No. 252 WCMF. We're talking about this kid. Riley graduated from Greece Athena, Rochester local, went on to study at the University of Notre Dame. He has been named the Leprechaun for 2024. He's going to lead that Irish squad out onto the
So
field.
now I got to watch the first Notre Dame game.
You can watch them all. They're all on NBC.
How did they get? They got like some special contract.
They've had this
It's
forever.
Notre Dame. They're always going to be on TV.
Yeah, they are. Well, if most of their games are on NBC, unless it's like a bigger game that ABC.
Well, I
gets
got to
pick
watch
up.
the opening game to see the kids set.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Ryan. Hey, Ryan. How are you, buddy?
Morning. How are you? Good.
Good. What you got?
To answer your back question, it's Notre Dame. Yes, they have a massive contract to NBC because I went down that rabbit hole once. Like, how are they always on the team? No matter they're 0-10 or they're like 10-0. There's like, if you Google it, it's like a massive contract through like 2025 or 26.
Yeah, you get to listen to Doug Flutie do play-by-play and talk about his dong pills.
Does he? Oh, he does the play-by-play.
Yeah, he's in the booth with him. But Ryan, go on. I'm sorry, buddy.
So I actually have kind of a similar situation where I was in college there. I mean, I wasn't the mascot. So I went to Niagara University and Oswego State. I was the assistant equipment manager for the hockey team at Niagara University. And then I transferred to Oswego State, and I was the head equipment person there. We're all, Pat, you can relate. This is not a dig because it's a dig at myself too. We're all not good enough to make it that far, but if you can stay that
Speak
close,
for yourself, Dick! No, he's right.
But if I could hold the jock strap
No, but you're part
of greatness,
Shut up, man. Like you're in it.
you
You're
can
in
feel
it.
the energy of the
amount
equipment.
So the great things about it, where when Niagara would go on the road, there would be 6 or 7 guys who would stay back, especially there. I'd go out and skate. You go to do this. The amount of Duffy, you could probably be envy of this. The amount of free. I still have sticks. I haven't opened yet because guys who didn't want it. I got a free pair of skates.
Wait. You got a Niagara stick,
Bro,
bro?
those sticks are $500.
Easily. And that's
hey, Ryan,
Niagara
you
stick.
right-handed or left-handed?
I'm left-handed.
Damn it, Ryan! All right. No, but I'm with you.
Lefty Ryan.
I'm 100% in
So,
on what you're saying.
In those games, there's certain games there that you're the best seat in the house. You're part of this. You can go out. You can do that in there. I mean,
Aren't you
sure,
supposed to be working? Not sitting there
Hey,
watching a goddamn game? Keeping an eye on the sticks so they don't go walking out.
Well, Ryan's
They're
walking out with
$500 a pop.
Ryan's the one walking out with him.
Well, I know,
Stealing
they were
skates.
They were unused or they were listed as broken. There's always a way to get around.
Right.
Let's go to schools. There's always a way to loop around stuff like that.
All right, well, Ryan, listen, I got to take some more calls, but I'm with you 100%, buddy. I appreciate the call. Thank you. I will say this. Ryan seems like a sweet kid.
Yeah.
Pretty big drop-off from equipment manager to mascot.
Yeah.
Or from mascot to equipment. But I would love to be a equipment manager for a college hockey
You have
team.
to handle their filthy equipment.
Yeah?
It stinks.
Bro, I'm into that stuff.
What, dirty laundry?
No, you
That's
idiot.
a
The
weird way to
sticks
put
and the
it.
skates
I
and
like
the jerseys.
this. I like sweaty young
no.
men's underwear.
You're not into that stuff. You like stealing that stuff. There's
Well,
a
It
difference.
runs in a family.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Alex. Hey, Alex, how are you, buddy?
Hey, Pat, how are you doing this morning?
Good, Alex. What do you got?
So I actually attended Notre Dame University.
Ooh, I'm smart,
I knew
right?
that was coming. I knew that was coming.
Does everybody in this town go to Notre Dame at some point?
It's a popular school to attend.
It's hard to get into, though. The fact that we
Is
know,
it?
Well,
I think it is competitive, yeah.
It is competitive.
Your boy
to
went
get
there.
in. Luckily, Luckily, I got into a Make-A-Wish Foundation program, so that was good for me.
So will you explain to Tommy what a big deal being the leprechaun is, please?
It's actually a huge deal. I was friends with the leprechaun when I was there, and actually when I was there, it was the first African American leprechaun they had.
I remember
Notre Dame,
that,
which was a very big deal at the time. Not only are they,
Wait, you got quiet. Hold on, Alex. Let me stop you. Hold on. I'm sorry. Tommy got real quiet all of a sudden. What happened? What happened? Jokey jokes.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yes, it was what? It was the late '90s, early 2000s, Alex.
Yep. 99, 2000.
Yeah.
It was, so there I go. I've dated myself. Anyway, not only do they get to go to all the basketball games, all the football games, obviously they're on TV a lot. When they did the pep rallies, and a lot of celebrities came in for the pep rallies, the mascot got to meet with them. They would talk with them because the celebrities would talk at the
biggest celebrity your buddy met.
He got to meet Regis Philbin, which is probably Tommy's dream date.
The only guy shorter than the leprechaun.
He is your dream date, though.
Pretty much.
You're busted Regis Philbin. Like if you ordered Regis Philbin on Temu, Tommy would show up at your front door.
Regis Philbin.
Yeah. He got to meet Muhammad Ali, Wayne Gretzky, in 4 games. A lot of celebrities that would come in, he would get to meet with them. Had an unbelievable Rolodex of people that he had their phone numbers if he was ever doing anything. So when you become the leprechaun, it's almost the number of people that you end up getting to meet, getting to interact with, is similar to being the starting quarterback.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Get the same benefits, but he had a hell of a number of people that he could call or text over the years.
All right, I got a question. Can I have a question? Is he going to shut up?
He's proving a point. I got nothing else to say.
Well, no, I'm going to shut his point down real quick.
Go ahead.
Are you still in touch with your buddy?
Have I talked to him? We keep in touch.
What does he do for a living now?
He lives in the other side of the world. I'm not famous.
What does he do for a living?
With me?
What does he do, Alex? What's his job?
Oh God, he works for some company. I have to. You know what? I'm driving, so I probably have to go onto my Facebook account and get a ticket. But to prove, to make Tommy feel better, I suppose I could do that.
Well, no, tell him. You could have made something up, Alex, and shut Tommy.
Don't you know how to lie?
I do have another question.
Do a whole bunch of research.
He ain't doing nothing,
internet
bro.
sleuth Tommy.
He's got Gretzky's number. Can't get ice time.
Alex, do you know if he got free tuition? Like, was that part of the deal?
There is a scholarship. Yes, you do get a scholarship. You are considered. You do. I believe he did get. I believe you do get a full ride. If
That's worth it right there.
And by the way, just that Notre Dame education, you get to open up your own beer warehouse in Henrietta.
Look at that, man.
Yeah. I see Alex at the rink all the time. Like I'm not going.
Oh, you know this, Dick?
Of course, I'm going to recognize his voice immediately. Go check out AJ's Bear Warehouse. I've told you about how great this place is.
Yeah.
Out in Henrietta. And you can go yell at him face to face. Well, you're too much of a sissy. Oh, he's actually a cool guy. No, hey, Alex, how are you?
Yell at me face to face. I have to get down on my knees for him to yell at me face to face, Pat. We all know this.
I wouldn't get down on your knees in front of Tommy, Alex.
What do you think I'm going to do?
Alex, great to talk to you, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you. See you later, Pat.
There goes Alex. I got lots of jokes. It was the first African-American leprechaun.
Well, I didn't know that was a thing.
They've had a female leprechaun, too.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Why would that be a problem?
Because he's like a little man.
You just made the fist.
Man.
He's a little man.
He's a little guy.
Well, who said a leprechaun has to be a guy? Where does it say that?
Because that's the logo.
It's a mythical creature.
Yeah.
Okay, so the logo is a little dude.
Oh, so based on the logo, it has to be exactly what it is, so only that type could be.
Well, if you're
mascot?
going to be a mascot that look like the guy, I would think I got to look like the guy.
You got that, right? You got that?
What?
No. Let's take a break. Oh, you know what? In the world I live in.
Hey, times are changing and for the good. For the good.
Let's take a break. There is a man who got some serious jail time yesterday.
Oh.
And he's a man we've talked about before. In fact, he's been in the news since 1989 nonstop.
Really?
Yes. But what he's doing is not keeping him locked up for long enough, and it's got people furious. And it's not like the courts are intentionally letting him out. The crime he's committing, although disturbing, does not warrant the jail time people want.
Oh.
This will be the longest stretch he's ever done. Yet, there are still people very upset. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's one of the strangest stories, like maybe in the history of Rochester.
Really?
Because physically, this guy never hurt anyone, physically. However, what he's done over and over and over and over again has folks arguing he should be locked up forever, key thrown away somewhere.
Like life.
Yeah. Yesterday, this serial pervert was given his sentence for the latest incident he was involved in. And although it's a lot of time comparatively, there are plenty of folks who still think this is not enough.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Paul Goodrell has made a life out of showing people his penis.
Oh.
And that's not an exaggeration. And also, he didn't do it for a living. It's just something he liked doing.
All right.
The 55-year-old man has been getting arrested for over 35 years.
My God.
For that very thing. Now, we've talked about him on the show before. Records show his first arrest for public lewdness happened all the way back in 1989. Kimmy, how old were you in 1989?
I was born in 1989, so.
So Kimmy's entire life, this man has been flashing his penis at people. Since 1989, he's flashed people in high school locker rooms, laundromats, grocery stores, victims running the age gamut from grown-ass all the way down to children. He's been banned from Walmarts. He's exposed himself in Auburn, Newark, Canandaigua, Rochester, Farmington, Victor.
He's made his rounds.
It's one of my favorite Johnny Cash songs.
I flashed everywhere, man.
And along the way, he's done jail time. But because he was just showing people his penis.
So he's never assaulted anybody.
As far as we know, there is nothing physical that has ever happened. As far as we
he
know.
just whips it out.
You got it. Penis comes out. And here's the thing. Although that is a disturbing pattern of events, that crime with it only carries a certain amount of time you can lock someone up for. So even when he gets locked up, he ends up getting out again.
Yeah.
Goodrell was arrested again after a run of incidents in Ontario in a week where he, again, exposed himself to people, including a child.
Yeah.
He pleaded guilty earlier this year, and yesterday he was sentenced. The 55-year-old serial flasher was handed 7 years in the slammer.
Okay.
He was also given 15 years post-supervised release and will have to register as a Level 3 sex offender. Yet, despite the harsh sentence, and for what he's being charged with, that is harsh, people are still upset he didn't get more time. So I'll ask you two in the room, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. 7 years for the serial flasher. You guys good with it?
Well, given his age, but then you say he keeps getting out and doing it.
Right.
Will not stop.
So there's really no amount of time. I mean,
life would be the amount of time.
Right, but you can't give him life for such a low-end crime.
It kind of seems like you're just going to have to keep giving him, 5 to 7 years at a time because he's going to keep putting himself back in there.
But that also takes time, right? Like every time he gets arrested, you have to work. He has to work his way through the court system. Exactly.
Yeah. But it's also caused him all that much time to house him and all that.
Yeah. But what do you do?
Well, I always thought we don't have the 3 strikes you're out, right?
With your penis? I don't think so.
I did in my marriage.
Nice strike, buddy. Don't mess it up.
I was talking just on the first wife.
Gotcha, I see.
I mean, you would think locking him up for his own good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It is.
It's the only
shut
solution
him down.
at this point. It's really your only solution is just keeping him away from
because he's
people.
mental. I mean, he's not. It has to go far beyond just like he's a perv. It's got to be something that's hardwired into him.
So let's talk about that.
Yeah.
It is strange that there isn't another type of place for a guy like this, because I'm no big city psychologist as I snap my suspenders. Thank you. But this seems like more than just a guy who likes showing off his private parts, to your point. Like, you don't have a run from 89 to 2024 and everything upstairs is clicking the right way. And he's done jail time before, so it's not like the threat of jail time is going to keep him from doing it.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem to be the solution. It's just really weird that there isn't something else. And I understand that you're not going to come across a lot of guys who keep showing their penis to people from 1989 to 2024. I get that you're not going to build like one place for him to go.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
I mean,
he can't be the only person going through something like this, maybe not to this degree.
Are you describing a mental institution?
I mean, I think I am.
Yeah, but we don't have those anymore. Like we used to, like Nut House.
Thanks a lot, Ronald Reagan.
Yes.
That's why I said it.
I know.
And Susan B. Anthony.
Or if you could give the guy some kind of like medically give him something to make him stop.
Well, but you can't force medication on somebody.
I thought you could when you're. Well, you can when they're in the system because I knew a guy that they did it to.
But eventually he's going to get out of the system.
True.
You know what I'm saying?
But that guy was not because he did really bad stuff. But,
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
You look like you're doing the Disney Channel commercial.
He has no idea what you're talking about.
I mean, to your point, I guess like locking them up would be the solution. That would probably work the easiest. Just don't let them out.
But you can't give them life.
Right.
You can't. I mean, that's not how the system works.
It's a temporary fix. I mean, 7 years, solid amount of time, but it is a temporary fix, I would think.
Okay,
I mean, how old is he?
55.
So, I mean, if he does all 7 years, which also isn't guaranteed, right? Because there's a whole bunch of circumstances that go into that. He's out at 62.
Still plenty of time.
Yeah. They say 62. Those are the golden years of showing people your penis. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about Paul Goodrell. He's been in the news for literally Kimmy's entire life for taking his penis out and showing it to people all over the greater Rochester area in all kinds of places, ages from adults all the way down to kids. He went on a week-and-a-half-long run early last year where he was arrested again. He was sentenced to 7 years this time with 15 years of post-supervised release. By the way, even the judge who sentenced him yesterday says, I am fully confident when he gets out he's going to do this again.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
he's not
Good
even-
call, Judge.
he's
I
not
could have
even-
called that one.
Throughout all that time, he's not even hiding or running from it. He stayed in mostly the same areas.
Well, he
and-
likes the area. It's,
And
it's nice.
it's
breezy.
Yeah.
And it's not, I mean, they catch him every time. You know what I mean? It's.
Well, yeah, it's hard to run with your pants around your
Yeah.
ankles. What if, okay, they do say sometimes the best ideas come from outside the box.
All right.
All right, so you can't lock him up for life.
All right.
There isn't a place where he can go and get treatment for whatever the hell is going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, lock him up there. What if we do something to let people know that are coming upon him after he gets out that this guy has the potential to take out his junk?
Like wearing a T-shirt with a sign on it?
How about a big sandwich board that he has to wear all the times that says, beware, penis likely?
Well, if you give him a sandwich board, you've solved the problem.
Two birds, one stone.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
You'd have to
Like,
literally
be
take the
tough to-
board off to do it.
that's what I mean.
All right.
And even if he takes the board off, like, what's that board say? Oh, beware penis likely. Right? Like, that could be part of his sentence when he gets out. We've seen, like...
Shaming, like public shaming.
But you'd have.
Well, you put it like that, it sounds bad.
But who's to say he's gonna do? I mean, there's nobody there to force him to wear the.
Part
board.
of his parole. Okay, there are
Oh.
judges. There are judges around the country that do like those weird things, like someone gets caught stealing and they have to stand outside a restaurant, right? I stole from this establishment, blah 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 blah. That would, once again, like you said, the board makes it harder for his penis to come out, and people would know what could potentially be coming.
Okay.
What if there was some kind of audio he had to play at all times whenever he left the house, like out loud, like it ran on his phone to let people know, hey, penis could be coming.
Yeah.
Hey, penis could be
But
coming.
you may also invite, like, somebody punching you in the face or
Well,
like
the
violence.
sandwich board would do the same thing.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's probably not safe for
Yeah,
him.
yeah, no.
You do have to consider that in punishment. Any other ideas?
Why don't we just send him to a state where you could probably get away with that a lot easier? Just send him to Florida.
Well, no, but you don't want him to get away with it. You want him to not do it.
I would send him to Florida.
You can't just send someone somewhere.
That guy could become a mayor of a town in 2 weeks.
Mayor Crank.
Oh, yeah. Cranky town.
Like I'm flummoxed here. I'm flummoxed because look, I'm getting the Facebook messages. Castrate him, lock him up, kill him. No, what are you doing? We're talking
We're not
within.
going to kill a guy for whipping out his penis.
And we're within you have to work within the confines of the criminal
law.
justice
Yeah.
system that we have.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to read this Facebook message. It comes in from Jim. Jim writes us, why don't they make the laws for stuff like this more harsh so you have the ability to lock him up for longer? This is ridiculous that he keeps getting out and doing this to innocent people. So here's the problem.
Okay.
He was charged with public lewdness and endangering the welfare of a child.
Yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, they gave him all they could give him on those charges after he gave a guilty plea. So they just want to move this through. If you increase the punishments for things like public lewdness, you now leave it open to interpretation to any judge.
Yeah.
Because you know what else public lewdness is?
Yeah.
Taking a penis out to go to the bathroom
Right.
in a park. And if
Right.
somebody sees that, and I
You
get it.
fall in his category.
You got it, and I get the hanging judge. Should I do jail time for going to the bathroom in a park?
Yeah.
And I'll go even further. And I'm not defending what this guy did, obviously. I'm just trying to illustrate the catch-22 that we're in here. If I think I'm alone in a park, and I whip it out to go to the bathroom, and then all of a sudden there's a kid that walks up on me.
Yeah.
That's also public lewdness with potentially endangering the
Danger in a
welfare of a
child.
child.
Yeah. So I mean, that's how it goes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And again, it's up to completely whoever's prosecuting and who the judge is, and that's a problem.
Yeah.
So what do you do?
Yeah. I guess 7 years is about as good as you can get.
Okay,
That's it.
but he's gonna do it again.
Yeah.
He's gonna do it again.
How about he has to if he's outside, he has to stand in shallow water
At all times.
The whole time.
Like
Go to the lake.
it's got suspenders and it's a shallow water
Let's go
pool.
stand in the lake.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We'll take one call because this is probably a really good
We'll
idea.
see where this goes.
Yeah.
Kick him in the balls.
Let's talk to Peter. He's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Petey, how are you, buddy?
Good. How you guys doing this morning?
Good. What you got?
Good to hear from you, buddy.
So what's this guy have to? What's he have to show? Is he your standard 5 to 7 inch, or is he something bigger?
I mean, I haven't seen it, Petey. I don't know.
Nobody knows. This guy's done this so many times, and nobody has a description.
Well, I don't think they bring a sketch artist in after Pete. I think it's pretty easy to identify the guy who took his penis out based on the cameras that they have everywhere.
Yeah, but I wonder what the guy's thinking that himself. Why, he's thinking he has something.
I think it just gets him excited.
I
mean, that's what these guys usually do. They get sexually excited by shocking people with their genitals. I mean, that's kind of been the flasher the entire time, right, Tommy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I guess you're right.
Great call, Petey. Great call.
All right, take care, guys.
There goes Pete. We cleared that up. I'm glad we did.
Yep,
Yes.
yep.
All right. Let's take a break.
All right.
Let's get some good news.
All right, I love good news.
Rarely does the everyday man catch a break.
No kidding.
But today, we did.
We caught a break.
Well, we've been kind of talking a ton recently in the break room about how much of a nightmare flying has become.
Mm-hmm.
Not only when doors fall off of planes,
Yeah.
but the way that you get treated when you get to the airport.
they
when
shaft you,
the
bro.
airline screws something up. You remember last Christmas, that nightmare for 2 weeks that people were going
Oh,
through?
yeah, they shut down the entire airline.
Forced to deal with it.
You got
no choices.
Yeah.
Well, because of that, there have been changes, government-mandated changes with the way you fly. And there are 3 new things that are awesome.
Okay.
And we'll tell you what they are next here in the break room on CMF. This is one of those things you're going to hear and go, finally, this is great.
Oh, good.
I can't believe that this is happening now when I go to the airport. And then you're going to realize how depressing that is. Because if the government had to force any other industry to do this, they'd have been out of business a long time ago. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF yesterday. The U.S. Department of Transportation announced some new policies to make flying less of a miserable experience.
Good.
And all of this is on the heels of the last year and a half between the way the airlines have been treating customers when they've been stuck with the pilot and crew shortage, the issues that they've been having with planes mechanically. Doors just stop being doors all of a sudden.
Wheels falling off.
All right, so there are 3 new rules.
Right.
Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
All right, rule number 1. It's called the 3-hour rule. If your flight is delayed 3 hours or more, you're allowed to pass on the flight and get a full refund.
Full refund?
Full refund.
Nice.
Because, like, look, especially out of Rochester, a 3-hour delay, you're missing your connection.
Oh, yeah, you're screwed.
It's over. And at
your
that
whole
point,
trip's going to be at least pushed back, if nothing else.
Exactly. So now, if it's not worth taking that initial flight because everything else is screwed, you don't have to deal with the headache if you'd rather go home. By the way, that not only counts for delays caused by the airline, that also counts for weather delays.
Oh, because it used to be weather, no money.
Yeah. That's how they would do it in Mexico to the Americans that came down there. Weather, no money. ¿Qué pasa? Rule number 2.
Yeah.
Airlines now have to automatically give you cash refunds.
For
whatever the refund is. Now, what they used to do is if you wanted a refund, they would give you a phone number and they would say you'd have to call this number and here's the account that it's on, and they would give you a runaround as hard as they could to exhaust you into not taking a full refund. That is no longer something they can do. They have to automatically refund you straight cash.
I had to drive to Canada one time to get my refund.
There you go.
Really?
I had to drive there.
Well, is it because you were flying out of Canada?
No. So this airline we took, they had 2 offices.
Okay.
New York City or Toronto.
Damn.
And Toronto was the closer one. But you had to drive there and physically go up there, show them all your stuff, and then they would give you a check.
How much was the refund for at the time?
It was $600.
Okay, so you're driving for that money.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, you are kind of getting close to the line of what a trip to Canada is worth.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
Because $600, I'm going to Canada too.
Yeah.
But like, if we're starting to get less,
Yeah.
But think about that. They made him drive to another country to get his refund, hoping
thinking he would do it.
Exactly.
Because they go, well, you can also go to Los Angeles.
Fly there.
Okay.
Got LA on my mind, man.
Rule number 3.
Yeah.
They now have to give you a refund the way you paid for the ticket, much like you're describing right now. So if you charge it on your credit card, they have 7 days to refund you. Any other form of payment you have given, they have 20 days to refund you. They're now also forced to refund you for any services or add-ons you paid for before the flight. For example, if you paid for baggage fees, seat selection, or Wi-Fi pre-flight, they have to give you that money back
If I didn't
too.
get it.
Yeah.
So that's all good. That's great.
By the way, these rules go into effect in October.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
That's really good.
Okay.
But you see what the airlines were saying?
What?
We're going to have to start charging you more, man. We're going to have to jack up our fees.
Okay.
So we're going to have to start. So automatically they're looking for an excuse to raise the ticket price.
So here's what I want you to think about, buddy. And this is one of the days you look up in the sky and you go, thank God I'm an American.
What's that?
Well, we live in a capitalistic society, buddy.
Right.
And there are already airlines that see how much these traditional carriers are charging.
Fat cats.
Yep. And
Fat sky cats.
that's right. And they're undercutting them. Things like Spirit, things like Frontier. Now, granted, the experience on Spirit and Frontier is not great.
Yeah, because you have to stand.
But they can't afford to raise prices.
All right.
So, listen, there's going to be a way to keep prices down with
All
these
right.
other airlines.
But you're going to have to go air chintz.
Look, it's possible that, yes, they keep their prices low and everyone else jacks it up. But if people start going to these economy airlines because it's the only way you can afford to fly, the other companies are going to be forced to bring their prices down.
Okay.
Am I
good.
wrong?
That's good.
Am I wrong?
We'll have to see.
Thank you, capitalism.
It is amazing, though, that it took this long to get to this point, and we've just been, like, dealing with it like it's a normal thing. Like,
Thank you.
I missed my connection because of you, but I still have to pay more to get on another flight, even though this is completely out of my hands.
To your point, like the celebration that people had yesterday, again, we're talking about the U.S. DOT. They are forcing new policies on airlines to make flying less of a miserable experience. It has to do with delays that the airlines cost. You can get a refund automatically now. They have to give you cash refunds, and they can't make you drive around, give the runaround, call a bunch of places. Any other business in the world that had these policies would have gone out of business.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yet yesterday, there are people who are voluntarily handing money to these places, celebrating because they're not getting ripped off by these companies anymore. It's insane.
But they'll rip you off right in front of your face.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They'll just say, well, you know what, man, this flight's overbooked. So
good luck.
Go home.
The one that I paid for months ago.
Right.
Like you said, you had a seat here for me, and I bought it, right? Yeah, we also sold it to Ted. And we want Ted to go to Miami, not you. This has happened to me like multiple times where they just go, oh, yeah, there's a reason why we didn't tell you what seat you had because you ain't got one.
Could you imagine if another business tried that? Let's say you ordered a pizza, right? And come pick it up in 45 minutes, and you get to the pizza shop, and hey, I'm here to pick up my pizza. Yeah, listen, we gave it to that guy.
Yeah, Ted got it. He's just back in from Miami.
Yeah. You would never go back to that pizza place again.
It's going to be another 3 hours. You can have your pizza, but we'll get to it in 3 or 4 hours.
Or tomorrow.
Maybe.
Come back tomorrow.
Yes. Also, no, you can't leave until the pizza's done because if you leave, then you got to go back through our security system, which is going to take you forever.
So I had
Here's some peanuts.
I ended up bribing a guy one time because I was getting bumped. My wife and I were getting bumped off a flight to go to Florida, and they said that we couldn't get another flight till tomorrow. So this other couple, they offered him money to change the flights with us.
Okay.
And I went up to the guy and I gave him straight cash. I go, hey man, this will pay for your drinks on your flight, wherever you're going.
Okay.
If you switch with me, he's still got to go think about it. I go, you got to be kidding
Hold on,
me.
stop. Will you tell us how much?
$200.
Oh, shit's ass bitch.
$200 just to get a flight that I paid for.
Yeah, well, guess what? His
and
ass,
he had to think about it.
I would have gone up.
I probably would have thought about it too.
That's all I had.
400.
I mean, think about it.
I ain't got no $400.
All right, well, you ain't got no seat on this plane, bitch.
God damn it! I thought it was big time.
Deuces.
I got to think about it. I would have grabbed that 200 in a flight. He wasn't even doing nothing.
How do you know?
I don't know. You looked like he wasn't doing nothing.
You weren't doing nothing. You
I was going to see family.
That's not nothing.
It's all about family. Florida family.
Let's take a break. There's an issue going on in one part of the city of Rochester, and it's a part that you wouldn't associate with like crime, because there are two kinds of crime in the world, Tommy.
Yeah.
There's like legit crime done by grown-ass people, and then there's kid crime.
Oh.
And none of them are good, but one's way less severe than
Like
the other.
hijinks.
Yeah. This definitely is hijinks. Kim, you saw this story.
I saw it too.
Yes, and it was one of the funniest things I've seen in the news recently. It almost looked like a fake news story, like a SNL skit.
You got to be kidding me. They investigated this.
All right, well, look.
And I love the one guy.
Because everybody also knows the dumb kid that did this kind of stuff, too.
Or you were that dumb kid that are now going, I can't believe it.
And that's just it. Look, first of all, hijinks at this place is nothing new.
Of course,
And
man.
we'll touch on that. But I think the bigger issue is...
What's that?
When you don't let the kids have anywhere to go...
Great point.
They're going to find a place to go.
Right.
And we'll get into it. Tell you what happened down at the beach. Durand Eastman, where all those houses are, Kimmy, like when we found out about where they were.
The neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll get into it next in the break room on CMF. There are two types of crime in this world, Tommy.
What do you got?
There's legit crime done by grown-ass people that has all kinds of serious consequences. And then there's kid crime.
Yes.
And kid crime is not great, but it's more boredom than it is bad intentions.
Right.
Fair statement? This story seems to be the second type of crime. It has folks in this area pissed.
Oh, boy. Went to the top, too.
Here's the thing. As much as you guys are laughing,
Tippy-top.
they have a right to be pissed. They have a right to be pissed. But when kids are bored, there are certain places in the greater Rochester area that are going to have issues like this. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF right now.
What you got?
You can go to WCMF.com.
Okay.
Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Kansas at the Kodak Center May 2nd, courtesy of our friends at the Kodak Center. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com just after 9:30. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, we're going to start bitching it out, buddy.
That's right. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And a prop bet this evening in the NFL draft is going to have this entire room screaming at each other for 10 minutes.
Why?
I promise you.
Okay.
We'll get to it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. Big time issue on the east side of the city, Tom. Late night parties at Durand Eastman Beach have caused some problems.
Yeah, kids having fun.
Story on 10 NBC last night says these parties are leading to destructive behavior. The sunrise over the beach leading to discoveries of bonfires left behind. And they ain't just burning firewood.
No, buddy.
Pictures from 10 NBC show that someone is using the picnic tables as kindling for these bonfires. In fact, the headline of the story on 10 NBC last night is, and I quote, taxpayer-funded picnic tables burned at weekend beach bash at Durand Eastman.
I want to point out that they said that like multiple times.
Yes.
Like they couldn't just say a picnic table. They had to label it tax-funded picnic tables.
I bought those tables with my taxes.
And when I was...
Can I read it one more time? I'm sorry, because it's my favorite headline of all time. Taxpayer-funded picnic tables burned in weekend beach bash at Durand Eastman.
Because I'm watching this on 10 last night with Berkeley Breen.
Yes.
And I'm waiting for the actual story to show up.
That is the story.
Because I'm like... But there's like one little spot where it looks like a table
They
or two.
showed one bonfire with a table in it.
So
yes.
and they pan down the beach, and I'm not seeing nothing.
Okay.
And then there's like some beer cans or soda cans. I can't tell what the hell is there. I'm going, this is the story.
No, you're being awfully nonchalant. Those picnic tables don't grow on trees.
Well, apparently because they went and interviewed the mayor.
They went to the mayor.
The mayor of the city about a picnic table that got burnt by kids having fun on the weekend.
Did you not hear that I bought those tables with my taxes?
But it gets... Oh, go ahead.
Well, it wasn't just destruction of property.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Well,
there was a massive amount of trash left behind.
But it wasn't a massive amount.
No, that's what
it was a bunch of cans around where they were
It
partying.
did look like they threw most of the trash into the fire.
Right. What you would do as a kid, you chuck stuff in fires.
One resident who walks the area
this guy is priceless.
found a giant trampoline that someone had dragged to the beach overnight and then left there, which actually sounds like a hell of a party.
It does.
Bonfire beach trampoline.
Beach trampoline?
Okay.
Hell yeah.
So the city of Rochester is pissed. Tommy, as you said, the mayor was brought in on this.
They had the mayor. They put a microphone in the guy's face.
The mayor encourages anyone with information about what is going on to call 311 so we can get these table-destroying trampoline enthusiasts. But folks who live in the area say the city is part of the problem.
What's that?
Because no one really patrols Durand Eastman Beach. And neighbors say it's the total lack of enforcement in the area that leads to this stuff happening. So I do want to be clear. And the phone number is 252-WCMF. As far as you two go, you do not think this is a big deal at all?
No,
Well,
it's summer kids having fun.
Summer kids?
Summer
kids
Summer child.
came rolling in with a trampoline at your picnic table.
I just think it's just standard kid stuff.
Okay.
I mean, I don't. I remember kids doing this when we were young. Like there was
They
always
want to
that
go out
one
and make
kid.
out and have fun and do kid stuff.
There was always that one kid that always decided to throw something they weren't supposed to into the fire. Like it only takes one, and I just think there are so many other things to be worried about right now than a burnt table on a beach.
Okay, so here's the thing. The phone number is 252-9263, 252-WCMF. Look, as much as you guys want to be flippant and nonchalant about this issue, it is not good. I mean, it's not a good thing that it's happening. The neighbors
Kids on the beach having fun.
Look, the neighbors have a right to be upset. This is where they live.
They don't live there.
Well, according to you, they do.
You picked Durand Eastman Beach on where they whited on Tuesday.
Well, it turns out you're right. Because the guy says, I walk my dog here every day.
Okay.
And he can't walk around that tragic area of the beach.
Two things can be true.
Right.
It can be not that big a deal and can also be something that someone is validly pissed about. No?
All right. And I'm looking at the guy. He's my age.
Yeah.
You didn't pull crap like this when you were a kid?
Well, let's talk about that.
Especially my generation who loved to pull crap like this.
Let's talk about that, right? As much as I believe the neighbors do have a right to be a little upset, because this is where they live, it's also something that you probably can't fix because there are some spots that are just magnets for teenage hijinks.
They're secluded.
Yes, across the greater Rochester area. Because I don't know how many grown-ass people are burning picnic tables while jumping on a trampoline at 3 in the morning.
Right.
And Durand Eastman, for example,
Mm-hmm.
that is one of those spots known for blowing off steam. And short of parking a cop there, as soon as the sun goes down all night long, I don't know what else there is to do about it.
And you're not going to pay for that because you're going to scream bloody hell about it.
Well, we already blew all that money on the picnic table they set on
Thank you.
fire. All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Where are those teen craziness hotspots in the greater Rochester area? Because almost every town has one that is notorious. And when it comes to Durand Eastman, this is not new.
The Strip? Yeah.
I dated a girl in high school who lived down the street off of St. Paul. We would spend 2 nights a week in the summertime, my junior and senior year of high school, down on the beach all night long.
Is that why the water smells like that?
Buddies and stuff. But we're talking bonfires, we're talking alcohol.
Your busted ass buddies.
We're talking drugs.
Hey, you were partying,
Yes,
right?
and
You went there to have fun with girls.
We were just getting after it for hours.
Yeah.
And by the way, the neighbors are right. No one ever bothered us. We knew we could do whatever we wanted. Now, in my day, we had more respect for picnic tables than these kids do. But look, that was 20 years ago what I'm describing. This isn't something that's popped up out of nowhere. If it's been a problem for this long, maybe the folks in the community have a valid point.
I think it's just generational. Every generation burns things, does crap. I can remember people talking about Watkins Glen when they had that huge concert down there.
Okay.
This is right after Woodstock.
Okay.
They had a massive concert down there. Most people brag about they burnt a bus.
They burnt a bus?
They set a bus on fire, and they all danced around it. It was like their night of burning crap. We've been burning crap. Kids have been lighting stuff on fire since day one.
There is something about a bonfire
Look at that bush in
that
the Bible.
brings out
kids. Goddamn kids.
There's something about a bonfire that brings out the absolute worst in every 16-year-old boy that's ever lived.
Right.
Yeah. No, that's fair. That's a fair statement. But, Kimmy, when it comes to the hot spots where kids are just going to get involved in hijinks, Kimmy, Grease and Hilton kids use spots along Long Pond. Like, that was the spot.
Yeah,
to go.
always along. Every kid had, like, their spot along the lake somewhere. So, some secluded area where there just wasn't much going on.
So there's a tiny park that has a trail. It's off of one of the parkway exits, and it leads right to the shores. This trail of Long Pond. It's behind like these bushes and stuff. It's right on the shore behind Long Pond Apartments.
Nice.
And it was like Lord of the Flies back there, man. You could see, and here's the thing, you could see us from the parkway. We would build these giant bonfires. We would be getting blasted for hours, playing music, getting rowdy, touching boobs, man.
Well, then the girl showed up.
I must have gone to that spot 20 times.
Yeah.
No one ever bothered us.
Yeah.
Not a single adult.
Like, unless I do remember like some of those kind of parties being broken up, but it was because like the music was too loud or something. It wasn't necessarily, being seen. It was somebody was annoying somebody nearby.
It does feel like wherever there's water, kids are more likely to get crazy.
Most romantic.
Right? Like Fairport has always had problems with that bridge in the middle of town, right? Kids hanging out under it, kids jumping off the top of it.
Yeah.
Am I wrong? Am I off there? 252 WCMF? Like, every town has a spot. Every village has a spot. You can't be everywhere all the time, but you do have to do something about this.
Yeah. I mean, think how many kids went on golf courses late at night and were horsing around.
Okay.
Because nobody's around. People did that.
Yeah, but that's also a problem.
What about people banging on golf courses at night?
What are you talking about,
Screwing
man?
out people's lives.
What are you talking about? You're not leaving that baby with the guy walking his dog.
God damn it, man. This green user break left to right. But I know so many guys that went to golf courses and pulled that move.
Okay.
If you live near it.
But again.
But they're always just looking for a spot to have fun.
All right. The phone number is 252 WCMF. We're talking.
Private property.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Story on 10 NBC. Late night parties over the weekend at Duran Eastman Park causing massive problems. It looks like kids took one of the picnic tables and used it as firewood for a bonfire. It's trash.
Oh, they burned it down to nothing, man.
They left a bunch of garbage behind. Apparently, they dragged a giant trampoline out of the beach, too, and left it there. Neighbors are pissed. Berkeley Breen, who did the story, took video and picture and brought it to the mayor of the city of Rochester, Malik Evans. He says, if anyone has any information, dial 311. Tommy thinks this is no big deal.
Yes.
No problem at all.
It's summer. We're coming into summer. This is what happens.
If this happened on the canal, you would be losing.
We don't tolerate that kind of
Exactly.
We have nice children in our canal.
Pittsford.
That's my tax-funded gazebo.
We don't have your make-out burn buddies.
Bro, there's a reason why every 15 to 18-year-old kid has a lawyer on retainer in Pittsford.
Oh, sure.
You know, all right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The folks waiting on hold. We're talking about the spots in the greater Rochester area that are just known for teen hijinks, right? Along the shores of Long Pond. Duran Eastman has always been one
Webster
of them.
has to have a ton.
Where
Because
out
they
in
have all
Webster?
those, because there's all those parks up there.
Oh, you're right.
I think any like lake town probably has a lot of those types of spots.
Yeah, because like if you live in a town that's landlocked, like the park is where all the kids go, but those
Sure.
parks, they're always patrolled by cops.
Yeah.
Found that out the hard way in Gates. Let's talk to Steve. He's on CMF. Hey, Steve, how are you, buddy?
Hey, so I was saying these are all owned by the county, right, or city?
City, county
like,
parks,
right.
yeah, something like that, yeah.
Tommy, you're right. It's not that big a deal, but it makes a mess. You know, someone's got to clean that up.
Fun
I'm
always
on Wayne
gets
County.
messy.
All right, but so Steve,
But someone's got. If it's public, someone's got to go clean it up. You know, and it's like, well, kids aren't going to do it. What are you going to have an outreach program? Be like, hey, kids, go clean up after yourselves.
I wouldn't say it in that voice though, because that probably wouldn't work.
Well, right, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you were out
Here on Wayne
jackassing
County, it was
around
always
as a
on private
kid.
land, you know.
You're going to tell me you didn't jackass around as a kid?
No, of course.
Or would you bring
I did.
cleaning products when you were done, your 409, everything?
No. But I'm just saying, like, act like, you know, with my kids, I'm trying to instill a sense of, like, go out, do your thing, but just be responsible about it. And I would be like, hey, we'll go back a couple of days after, whatever, I'll build a new picnic table and drop it in. What is that, $200 in labor?
Let's pick up all those condoms in those beer cans, kids, though. Let's police this sexually charged area.
Hey, man, I'm just trying to say, you want your kids to be responsible, have a good time.
Yeah, no, Steve,
but
you
don't
want
trash everything along the way.
Okay, but Steve, here's the thing.
All. It's not a nothing burger, Tommy. That's all.
What you're describing, Steve, is right. What you are saying is what a father should say.
Yes.
And I agree with you. I would want my kids to go get after it and be responsible. The unfortunate truth, the inconvenient truth we have
What's
here
that?
is that, Steve, those two things don't go side by side. If you're willing to get after it and have a blast, nobody at the end's like, all right, guys, time to clean it up.
Well, Steve's also kind of saying, if you burn a table, replace it at least.
Just like, don't be assholes.
Whoa, Steve,
Come on,
okay,
this ain't the
all right.
Reese show.
Steve,
I
come
know,
on.
you can bleep it. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, bye, Steve. Steve, you can bleep it. Yeah, no kidding, I can bleep it. I don't want to get fired.
Do the right thing. Then he swears.
You're just looking for any reason to hate him.
Yeah. He's that guy, man.
Look, as much as everyone is nostalgic about this, it is dangerous. It would be better if everything like this didn't happen.
Right, but it happened. But I guess to my point, and I think Kimmy's point, it's the overreaction of what actually happened.
Okay. I agree with you.
In the aftermath, here lies a picnic table.
Yes.
But here's the thing. If you are someone who, I don't want to hear it, this is a serious problem, and this needs to stop, there's also a problem with that. Because kids need something to do.
Right.
It's a fact. Something away from their parents where they can have a little independence. And it does kind of feel like the way things are now, not a lot of that exists. Like, kids can't go to the movies by themselves anymore. There's, like, curfews.
There's no place for independence.
Yeah, mall. Yeah, you can't go to the mall without your parents on a weekend. Yeah. There isn't, like, an overnight place. Kim, remember those clubs that used to exist when we were kids?
Well, they had, like, the...
those bubblegum clubs.
Yeah,
soda
I don't
clubs.
even know what like teen club.
The teen center.
Nights.
Can we time out?
Teen nights.
You have said a lot of creepy things on this show.
Yeah.
Intentionally. Yeah. When you just look me in the eye and go, seriously, bubblegum club?
Yeah, kiddie club.
I had a chill go down my spine that I've never felt before.
Really?
Hey, you going down to the bubblegum club? Need a ride to the bubblegum club?
We go to the soda bar?
My.
But those weren't always the best. Like, kids got in trouble at those places,
Yes.
too.
But the point I'm making is if you have nowhere to put kids to have fun because you don't want those kids around you when you're
Right.
doing stuff, they have to go make their own fun.
But there's also fun sneaking around and getting away with stuff, right? Like getting one over on your parents.
I agree with you, but again, if this was happening in your backyard, you'd be losing your effing mind.
But that's my role. Your role is to make me lose my mind over the summer.
Okay, but that's what this guy is doing, and you're identifying more with the kids than you are you. That man is you. You are that man. Look at the man. Look at that man. Oh, we got tweets coming in. You can always tweet us at WCMF Break Room. Christopher writes us. I graduated from Brighton back in 2000. Back then, we hung out at Mendon Ponds Park behind Meridian Center in Brighton and had massive bonfires at Durand Eastman Beach.
Oh, okay. So they made their way north.
Yeah, Chris was getting after it.
Make it sound like a battle.
It kind of was, bro.
Yeah.
It was always a battle. 252 WCMF. There are some people that care about the community, not like you.
Yeah.
Teddy is one of those guys. He's on CMF. Hey, Teddy, what's up, buddy?
Hey, the problem is those people doesn't have any consequences,
Okay.
right? I mean, Tommy, I don't believe that he said this is no big deal. It is big deal because if somebody else tried to use and then they won't be able to use this park, know what you do.
He's right. No picnic.
Sit on the grass, eat your sandwich.
Well, now I'm going to get ants on my picnic.
Teddy, when you were growing up in Indonesia, you didn't do any of this stuff?
I do, but I don't know ruining everybody else's property.
You never burned a picnic table in Indonesia, Teddy?
No, I don't have any picnic table. I don't have anything over there.
Well, Teddy, let me ask you, because your kids are adults now, right?
Yes.
Do you know of anything like this that your kids were involved in when they were younger?
No, because I try strictly on the weekend. I don't let them go out on the weekend.
All right. Now, let me ask you this.
He's a dick.
Well, yeah, but look, my wife...
Did we get the biggest dick from Indonesia to move here?
Tommy, shut the hell up. You don't even have any kid. You can talk on this one.
Get him, Teddy. And I will say this, Teddy, in your defense, my wife's dad is off the island. He's Jamaican.
Yeah.
And immigrant parents don't mess around, man. First-generation parents, everyone's
Well,
under
they
lock
also
and key.
came from countries where there was fires burning. It was time to leave.
But, Teddy, now that you're a grown-ass man with now a little grandbaby child, do you regret keeping your kids on lockdown like that, not letting them have a little fun?
No, actually, the thanks to me. Actually, I'm glad that you did that because I don't want to see my kid like
your
this.
kids are so lame. They got lame kids, Teddy. Teddy, you got lame kids.
Or they're playing you, Teddy. Yeah, I never did anything like that, Dad. Never.
Teddy, great picnic table talk, buddy. I appreciate the call.
Goodbye.
Bye, Teddy. We beat the life out of him there. I wonder if Teddy's kids were doing stuff because there's no way that not every kid has had one weekend or one night.
Or just wrapped up in something with friends, right? At some point.
Yeah.
The lamest kid pulled moves.
Is that true? Would you agree with that statement? The lamest kid pulled moves, Kimmy.
Yeah, because
I thought we lost her for a second.
Even the kids that you kind of thought were lame, you found out partied pretty hard sometimes.
They showed up.
Yeah,
the kid you never thought was going to show up when you were going to do something. You go,
yeah.
Oh my God, Dennis is here.
It's always Dennis. His name is always Dennis.
And he looked like Dennis, and all of a sudden he would just he would Jekyll and Hyde.
Yeah, take that beer away from Dennis.
Yeah, there was a reason why he was quiet in school.
I think we can all agree on this, right? As we talk about this story down at Durand Eastman Park, picnic tables being set bonfires and trampolines being dragged down, looks like kids.
Did they make it sound like Woodstock happened?
I'm with you. It is a little bit funny to hear guys your age, because that guy on the news was around your age, it looked like.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Get upset and tell kids they need to quit acting a fool when that same guy and guys your age at 17, 18 years old, you were allowed to be in bars and clubs.
It was wide open, man. And there was no cameras and nobody paying attention. Our parents didn't care.
That's what I mean. You guys had something to do.
If you got into an accident and called your parents, in my generation, the first thing they would say, how's the car? Not, are you okay? Are your friends okay? What did you do to my car?
Okay.
Because I can make another kid, but that Buick is priceless.
It's Thursday. You know what that means?
I think we're going to start bitching it out.
Well, I think old men have been bitching this whole time.
Oh, yeah.
We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. The NFL draft is tonight, and of course, because it's sports, even though it's not an actual sport, there are bets you can make. And there is a prop bet tonight.
Yeah.
That will have all three of us screaming at each other for the next 10
So
minutes.
we'll all have different takes
I
on it.
think so.
Okay.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Prepare for an argument. Because you can bet on everything nowadays.
Yeah, sure.
In fact, there are places you can have prop bets this evening with the NFL draft.
Oh, yeah, right.
Well, like, where players are going to go, what teams are going to trade, blah,
How
blah,
many
blah, blah,
fedoras you're going to see?
Well, you're making a joke. That is probably a more logical prop bet than what we're about to tell you. And you're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. You can log on to the contest page. No, I already did this. What am I talking about? I'm going to tell you.
You tell me what.
I'm going to tell you that it's Thursday. And when you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid or ask where they got their Prince collection socks. Bro, you're wearing like the most normal old man outfit, and then you have purple socks on.
Yeah, it's those new Italian socks I was telling you about.
Oh, the Italian collection.
Oh, that's why you wore them today. Damn it, we don't have enough time to tear apart your Italian socks right now.
I wear them specifically on Bitch Voice to give you material.
I'm sorry. Well, I'm sorry.
I literally get dressed help the show.
Yeah, help the show.
You know what? We dropped the ball. We did not ask about your socks today.
I'm sorry.
You 9:30.
I'm sorry. Because now that I'm thinking about it, you have been folding your legs and pulling your pant leg up.
I'm giving you the shot of the ankle.
No, I'm sure that's what it is. Not that you want us to notice your socks because you think you're super cool. You look like
you don't think those socks are sharp,
bro. You look
those
like
socks pop.
You look like Minnesota Spider-Man. Purple Spider-Man with your like outfit underneath your clothes. You're gonna rip off, bro. You look like a bitch. Why did you get purple socks?
I like them. I'm a flashy guy.
That's what you spent all that money on?
I'm flashy.
All right, look, if you
I bought multiple ones.
If you would like to see what he's wearing.
Tommy socks.
Tommy socks.
Tommy socks that have been all around the world.
Yep.
We were following them the whole way here.
These are those chiffon ones I was telling you.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Gotcha.
You can check out the sock cam right now at the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch. On YouTube and Twitch at The Break Room WCMF. It's all brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing. Don't wear these socks here. You got to really hurt someone. Something along the lines of...
Pat Duffy, I'm going to go out for the big draft night down there and sip a little beer and have a little Caesar salad with a little dressing on the side because I'm just a draft sipping little bitch.
Kimmy, who's a bigger bitch? A man who eats a salad at a draft party or a man who wears
this
chiffon
is a bitch on bitch
socks?
crime.
Oh, I'm saying,
you may see these socks tonight.
No, shut up.
No,
you might see a suit made out of these socks.
Okay, are you being drafted today?
No, I'm being roasted today.
Oh, my goodness, my butt. We take all your bitch voices. We run it back for you. We call it Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now on CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
I'm Pat Duffy. I'm a hand-me-down little boy, but I was so fat I couldn't get the hand-me-downs because I ate too much ham. I was a ham-eating, non-hand-me-down, squeezing into my hand-me-down little pants.
By the way, Mr. and Mrs. Foltz, if you're still listening, I'm sorry I stepped in your bitch.
Right.
I get that old winter with your mouth. I got a Canadian mouth right across from me.
I'm sorry, and I don't want to be
Listen
stuck
to it.
inside because I'm afraid to breathe all the rich, smoky Canadian air outside because I'm scared to have some of my lungs.
The way I know, Pat's mouth has been full of Canadian wood. I'm scared of old man and radio. They're going to come beat me up. I'm going to run home. I'm Italian for some reason.
What?
So what are you asking me? What do I think of that guy?
Yeah, if he won't come
on in, sir.
If he sees you taking a dump,
Little
open toilet.
sissy boy.
Okay.
Oh, I want to hear Tommy taking a joke because I'm just a little sissy being little bitch. Yes, you're a little baby boy.
All right. So you would do a line with him and go back to work, Billy?
I never said that.
What's wrong? You scared?
Well, if you die, you're not going to get insurance, so...
I bet, Duffy. I don't want to go to the chain store and get my sandwich. I'm going to make my little sad sub at home. I'm going to get my little gabagool knife out and smearing a little ham on my sandwich because I'm just a pathetic home sandwich making little bitch.
And that concludes this rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
All right, the NFL draft is tonight.
Come on.
I'm going to be hanging out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chai Lai from 7 to 9, 12 wings for $12.
Wow.
$3 Jenny Light pints. They're going to have prizes to give away at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chai Lai. We'll see you tonight. Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chai Lai from 7 to 9. And it's exciting. We have no idea what the Bills are going to do. We've talked about this at length.
Yeah.
And if you want to make it more exciting, you can find places to place prop bets.
Okay.
For example, what player will be drafted at what position?
Makes sense.
What team is taking what specific player?
Exciting.
And then it starts to get a little more crazy.
All right, like what?
So I'm looking at a prop bet tonight because we talked yesterday about how there are some players that will be at the draft, right? in that little suite area, and there are some players who choose to stay home and they set up like cameras and stuff.
Yeah,
in
on
their
the family
house.
couch.
Yep.
Yeah.
You got it. Over under 1 cat on national television tonight.
A cat.
That is a legitimate prop bet you can make.
Not
It
a
is-
dog, a cat.
Well, they have cats and dogs. So
Oh, okay, but cat.
under 1 cat is minus 200. Over 1 cat is plus 150. Over under 1 cat.
All right.
What do you think?
I know what I'm taking.
What are you taking?
The under.
Why?
The cat ain't sure. Even if they have a cat, you're not going to see it.
Well,
Yeah,
they
that
don't.
cat's not making an appearance.
You guys are idiots. That cat is showing up. There will
No,
be a
cats
cat.
are skittish,
There
man.
will be bro.
Yeah,
Someone's
kinda
going to be
like it.
holding the cat.
Only if they got a little girl. You never see a little boy holding a cat.
Well, okay,
you see
first-
a little girl holding a cat. So if there's no daughter or a little sister, ain't holding a cat.
There are boys that have cats.
No, there ain't. Holding a cat.
Huh? Let's see. What would you say?
Sitting with kitty cat.
Would you say a grown ass man that has a cat's a weirdo?
It's yeah.
Hey, raise your hand if you ever had a cat in this room. My hands down. Kimmy's hands down. Wait.
I got stuck with 2 with a marriage.
You had 2 cats.
You had a cat.
2 cats,
Multiple
which makes you a
cats.
double sissy bitch.
There's breaking news.
Chiffon socks and 2 cats, which is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song. You guys are insane to think not a single cat is going to show up on
well,
that
I'm just trying to
broadcast.
think
Because
of the
usually
last
it's
time
a
I saw a
family
cat.
dog.
Yeah.
Like if you see a portrait of a family that they have a pet, it's usually the dogs in the picture. You never see a family cat.
No,
in
it's not a portrait.
No.
You're saying portrait. But I would say the cat could
Just saying, yeah, like wandering around in the
cats
background.
are skittish. Like they get nervous with cameras and big guys coming in with boxes and stuff. And big gals too. There's big gals out there coming in with the audio and the video.
Because usually, to your point, when they go to the homes of the kids, there's usually a ton of people there. I would just think cat gets
Big-
kind
big-
of
under the
weeded
couch.
out.
Okay.
Like dog wants to be in the center of
Yes.
everything.
So you guys were both taking
Taking
under
the
1
under.
cat.
You're taking the
I'm
over.
taking the over. There will be a cat on the broadcast tonight from somebody's house. Now we get to dogs.
All right.
Dogs is even, minus 120 on both. Over 2 dogs, under 2 dogs on the broadcast.
2 dogs in one family,
No,
or
2
just 2
dogs
dogs
Well, you
all
can
night
see
long.
2.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
guess 2 in
all
one
right.
family would
I had
count.
to ask.
Over under 2 dogs. I'm gonna start with
lot
Kimmy
of-
because you.
I'm gonna say under.
Under 2
I think you'll
dogs?
see 1 dog. Uno dog.
Tommy,
Uno doggo.
So it's a Mexican dog.
what's Mexican or
I have
Spanish?
no
What's
idea.
Mexican
I
for
took
dog?
French.
We're the dumbest show in America.
The dog is dog in Mexico. No, I'm saying El Pucho. El Pucho.
You were saying?
I say dos puchos.
You
I
said-
think you could see 2 dogs.
You're taking
I
over 2
may-
dogs.
Yeah, I might throw a little money down on 2 dogs.
Kimmy, I think over 2 dogs is the best bet because every offensive lineman that stays home is going to have like his duck hunting dog sitting with him on. I was raised with these pooches. They got me tons of geese, and now they're coming to the NFL with me.
I'm still sticking with under.
Okay, so you've got under 1 cat, under 2 dogs.
Yep.
Tommy is over 2 dogs, under 1 cat. I'm going over on both animals.
Okay. Over?
Yeah.
All right.
Will there be a non-dog cat pet?
Which should be what?
We
Get
get
like
a
a freaking
bird,
parrot?
ferret, like a sheep or something.
Sheep?
Well, then you're talking farm
Like a
folk
lizard
here.
or something?
Yeah,
Yeah, they
lizard.
had to be outside.
A
They would have to
snake?
be in a barn.
Oh no, the new thing
I
is
was
to like.
a snake. That could be
Ugh.
any. I feel like if there is an athlete that has like a weird interest in that kind of stuff, they want to show that off.
Yeah.
Like
Whose kid
they
is
will
it, Madonna's?
absolutely have a snake wrapped around their arm or something.
I ain't seeing no snake.
No, I think Kimmy's right. I think the most likely non-dog cat pet
it would
is
be
gonna
like
be a snake. Oh.
yeah, it would be a snake.
Also, you laughed at the sheep or the cow thing. Kimmy can back me up on this. There's a new trend on social media of like people who have big homes in the South having like little cows and sheep that they let live in the house like dogs.
Oh.
They
There's
come
a
and
reason
go.
not to go south.
You want a dog? I feel like you would love that lifestyle.
Indoor sheep.
Baby goats,
Baby goat is adorable.
donkey.
But they get big.
You'd love a pet donkey.
2 asses in the house.
That and more tonight.
Thank you. We got Facebook messages coming in. This comes in from Dave. Dave says Tommy's already lost. The mascot for the Carolina Panthers will be on the stage tonight when the Panthers draft.
That doesn't count. You're talking about at the house that it's a family pet.
Does it count? Does Sir Purr count as a cat?
It has to be a family pet, you
It
said.
just says over under 1 cat. It doesn't say what kind of
okay,
cat.
well that changes things
Sir
a little
Purr.
bit.
He is a cat.
Sir Purr.
That's a good mascot name.
All right.
Sir Purr. No, I'm with you. It's got to be a family pet. All right. Under cat, over cat. Underdog, overdog, overdog.
Yeah. All right.
Good. We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing tomorrow. Next, here in the break room on CMF. It's going to be a robbery.
Patio Thursday buddy.
For a Thursday Break Room CMF. That makes tomorrow a Friday. You know what that means?
We're going to get a little creepy.
That's right. We got a creep cap coming at you just after 7 o'clock. Also, we await to see what the Bills do tonight.
Yeah, now you say it could be exciting, could be not.
Nobody knows. Nobody has any idea. We told you 30 different experts we found last night had 30 different things they think the Bills are going to do. 30
You might
different.
be waiting around for nothing.
You could be. The Bills could trade up and make a massive swing, in
Ooh,
which case.
that's what I'm pulling for.
Well, you're wide receiver or bust here.
Get that fat pick.
The Bills could use that pick, first-round pick, to trade for an established wide receiver for another team. Brandon Ayuk of the 49ers is a name that has been floated, but that doesn't seem likely, Kimmy, because you got to pay him, and you didn't want to pay Stephon Diggs.
That's your problem.
And you ate a bunch of cap space, so that's the thing. So we wait,
All right.
we watch, and you can watch with me tonight. The Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chili, dozen wings for $12, $3
deal.
Jenny Light pints, and prizes from the tap room to give away. So we'll see you tonight, 7 to 9, in Chili at the Bill Gray's Tap Room. For Kimmy, who's going to be watching the draft at home by yourself?
Oh, man.
No, probably not.
Nobody.
Please.
If people aren't watching the stream, they don't know what you just did.
You're not going to burn one tonight
I
during
don't
the
think
draft?
so.
Edible Annie over here is going dry tonight. All right. That's a
don't.
first.
By the
I want
way,
to be focused.
I'd be careful about calling female coworkers edible Annie underneath, work roof.
But that was the edibles.
Yeah.
They're gummy.
Tell it to HR.
That's dirty now?
Edible Annie. I don't know. Kimmy, do you think there's one who would be offended by edible Annie?
Well, when it comes from Tommy, it can mean anything.
For Tommy Muley, who wants to know if you're headed down to the Bubblegum Club?
I hear Edible Annie's performing tonight.
At the underage club.
No, I mean...
How'd you make it worse? Way to go. It's not even Friday.
Like, you always end on a peak, Kimmy. That's what you do there. Yeah, we got one more day. I don't want to come back tomorrow.
It's an imaginary club.
Mark that again, please.
It doesn't count.
You talk that way at the Bubblegum Club?
Well, that's when they closed it down.
We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.